Yeah, if I was going to, you know, pay for likes, I would pay for 2 likes extra, Crazy V, or KZV, huh? Can I get just down to like 1% volume? 1%. Nope. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and change the scene. You know what? What we're going to do first, I'm going to show you guys the power of this new camera. Wow. Look how pretty I look, guys. Oh, shit. Forgot to turn on the TV. Yeah, look at that. You can see every imperfection on my face. Every imperfection here. Let me look at that. You might actually be able to read what's going on in the background now. Look at that. Oh, the fucking Mario thing isn't on either. I'm not dealing with that. I should move the globe so you can see it says RTBA. Hello? I can't see what it's caught on. Oh, I'm fucked. Okay, cool. You shouldn't raw dog a stream that's not family friendly. Listen, we're raw dogging this like a motherfucker, okay? There's a Vyvanse and an Adderall shortage, all right? There's not going to be anything intelligent on this stream until I'm able to get some. Okay, let me see here. Let's move OBS. Let's move that right there. Look at that. And you can see me in all of my splendor. So we're back to having a decent camera. We are... we are back to Nuzlocking. New stream background, new camera, new headphones that aren't falling the fuck apart. Man, isn't Christmas time just a fucking blast? I wish I could be one of those streamers that's like, oh, guys, what did you guys all get for Christmas, everyone? And like pretend like I'm actually interested to know what you guys got for Christmas, but I'm not interested in what you guys got for Christmas. You guys are not interested in what I got for Christmas. You came here to see me soy out over stupid shit that people do on the internet and to see me lose multiple times to a game that an 8-year-old can beat. Let me go ahead and close out the anime tab. And now we just have to see what all of this stuff with Hasan is. All of this stuff with Keffals. I have that VOD up. Oh, wait, 1 second. I had a video with 1.2 thousand views. I wanted to see, does this guy have what it takes to get Van Halen to respond? Let's see if he has what it takes to get Van Halen to comment on his video.
Okay. Hopefully this is good. I'm gonna cut this. Okay, it's Christmas Eve, everyone. We made it this far. We got 300 subs by Christmas. I think that's a W. Anyways, day 22, Van Halen eruption. I'm not stopping even for holidays.
Wait, doesn't he use the whammy bar in actual
Christmas Eve,
eruption?
everyone. Anyways,
Did he not use
day
it?
22, Van Halen Eruption. I'm not stopping even for holidays.
Wait, hold on. Am I losing my fucking mind? This guy, if this guy wants Van Halen to respond, Eruption, Van Halen. Are those dudes even alive? Wait, what the fuck do you mean? Is Van Halen still alive? Yes, Van Halen is still alive. Right? I'm not fucking crazy. Eddie Van Halen. He's still alive. He's still alive. Whoa! Wait, Van Halen died? Oh, this poor fuck. This poor fuck doesn't even realize. He's playing into the void. I had no idea that he died. I'm not a big Van Halen person, though. Okay, 1 second. Doesn't he like... Wow. Yeah, he uses the whammy bar right there. This kid, he has the whammy bar, and he still doesn't use it. I have fucking 4 guitars, and none of them have whammy bars. Very disappointing. Okay. He'll get there someday. We'll keep our eye on this. This is only day 22, okay? He hasn't unlocked, day 25 is usually when you start using the whammy bar with guitar, so.
Some breaking news just into us. The Michigan...
Hold on. Before we get into, like, news or anything, let's see. Is there anything... Very good. All right. I guess I'm just conflicted on what to start with. We've got a Twitter thread in content suggestions. We have this. Oh, it's 41 minutes. Jesus Christ. You link fucking huge, long ass videos, guys. Jank. Okay, let me see what this is.
Really?
You said skip to 33 minutes? 41 seconds.
He went there. But also,
okay.
I'm pretty sure your entire audience knows that...
Ray Charm, this is our chat now? Ha ha, you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. Rogues do it, and you didn't. You didn't do it. You can't stop me.
Always.
It's my chat always, bitch. Wait, what did he say?
But also, that's why he went there. But also,
okay.
I'm pretty sure your entire audience knows that you're only interested in Aryan lollies.
That did not land. That didn't land. Good try though. Good try. Okay. That didn't land, but good try. All right. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So
What the fuck, dude? What? What the fuck?
I just wanted to see if the previous drama cycle still.
I mean, no. We're memeing about it now, though. You know what I mean? Like we are memeing about it now. I'm actually.
Also, really quick before we get like too deep into that, where are we? That's right. We got Lil Wang. Okay. Autism mode. Bones of Doom. Okay, and that's just the guy that we're gonna send out to die. Okay, who's about to level up? No one. All right, cool.
How's it going?
Going pretty good. How are you?
No, please tell me. Is this recent? Please tell me it's not. Please tell me it's not recent. Please tell me it's not going to be him debating his.
How's it going?
Going pretty good. How are you?
Good. So, why do you use Holly as a human shield? I'm just curious.
I could literally tell from your voice that you're Apache.
How's
Oh,
it going?
what?
I could literally tell from your voice that you're Apache.
You're Apache? What the fuck does that mean?
How's it going?
Going pretty good. How are you?
Good. So, why do you use Holly?
Oh, Apache. I thought that he was like a Apache. Okay, got you.
Considering whether or not I should put BPF's, comment.
Bro. Okay, we're back.
So, why do you use Holly as a human shield? I'm just curious.
I could literally tell from your voice that you're Apache. It's so funny how desperate you are. I really feel sorry for you. Why are you so desperate to like constantly come on my stream and troll?
You're the one. You use your girlfriend as a human shield. You embarrassed yourself to millions of people.
Yeah.
90% of the people.
This is what I don't fucking understand. Okay? This is what I don't understand. Someone tries. Okay. Here's something I do understand. Someone Holly's right next to him and made human shield jokes during the stream. I understand getting a little defensive over the fact that someone like your wife wants to be in a, all black piss orgy gangbang porn video, feeling a little bit insecure about that, arguing about that. I don't understand when someone has literally tried to murder you, shot your girlfriend, and it got, national news coverage over it. Why you feel the need to fucking defend it? Why do you have to fucking sit there and just feed it? He's just feeding it. He's just feeding it. He's just feeding it. It actually makes me uncomfortable and angry every time I see him arguing about his attempted not his attempted murder, a murder attempt on him. Why does he feel the need to fight this? Why does he feel the need to fight it? I just don't get it.
To like constantly come on my stream and troll.
You're the one. You use your girlfriend as a human shield. You embarrassed yourself to millions of people.
Yeah.
90% of the people on X are roasting your ass, dude.
What does that mean to use somebody as a human shield?
What'd you say, bitch?
What does that mean to use somebody as a human shield?
It doesn't matter. He doesn't actually think you used her as a shield. He's farming you. He's farming you. You have been a streamer longer than I have been. Okay? You've been on YouTube longer than I even knew YouTube was like a thing. Well, not, you know what I mean. Like I was never like I got into the internet game real late. You've been in amongst all this for so long. How do you not know to not feed the trolls? How do you not know to, hey, you know what? I should probably just not engage on this topic.
Like, how did I do that?
Like,
I genuinely think he's like actually autistic or something along those lines. He must be. He must be.
I just yesterday I finished making a video.
I don't care about your stupid shit video. Tell me how the fuck I use somebody as a human shield, please, or I'm gonna just ban you.
Yeah, you ran up the steps while Holly was still on the ground floor, you bitch.
Okay, so do you understand why that happened, or are you just kind of dumb about
I watched
that?
the whole thing, and that means that you're a coward because you ran up the steps first, so that means you're a coward. You left your girl on the ground floor.
Well,
to die.
hold on. There's a difference. One is leaving someone behind.
Oh no, he's copping to leaving someone behind. Listen, any reasonable person who sees a gun is going to start running. And that would be the correct move. If you don't have a gun, you see someone with a gun, they start pointing gun at you, you move your feet. if someone was like coming to murder me and my girlfriend was there, we'd both be running. We'd just both be running. If I started running and she wasn't running too, I would continue running and say, move, start scooting away from him, right? But does it mean put yourself in between the gun and them unless there's no other option? I'm sorry, it just feels like a pretty normal response to a firearm.
Versus listening to someone else, right? So like in my case, it was Holly saying, you need to run upstairs. I'm going to try to talk to him. I was trusting her. It was not me leaving her while she was like, wait, please, I need you. Don't go. And I just take the fuck off, right? So
he got shot because of it, Hunter.
So what should I have, wait, if I had stayed and not listened to her, I'd be dead right now. So what should I have done? I'm asking you.
You think so? You see, here's the thing. Maybe he shot Holly and there was a glass door. So
do you know how he shot Holly? Like you sound like you know nothing. I know you're retarded because that's your thing, but still.
Retarded, dude.
So how did he shoot Holly? Do you want to like try that again? Did he shoot Holly or what?
I mean, okay,
here's a question: did he shoot Holly intentionally or was it ricochet?
What do you say? Yeah, that's what I meant to say. It was a ricochet, but you said he shot her through the glass door. That meant he saw Holly when he shot her.
I know. Of course he saw Holly, yes. Because Holly was going to try to talk him down. That was her ex-boyfriend. Of course she...
Yeah, this is what Hunter should have done. Through the power of pure belief. Do you think it itches? Does he not feel anything? Or do you think it like itches at least? Does he feel it at all? I don't know anything about Superman.
If anybody would have the best chance of getting this guy to come down out of his rage, then she would have that chance, right?
Okay,
average conservative during a firefight, yeah, sure.
Wrong. One, neither of you should have left the apartment. That's just...
Okay, I don't care about dumb fuck opinion from you, okay? So I don't care about your stupid opinion about all the things I should have done differently. You're a retard who never had a dad, and it shows. So why don't you get back to actually explaining how I... Oh, he left. Okay.
How's it going?
Oh, don't...
How are you?
You can mog someone for, being the victim of an attempted murder, but like, don't you bring up the fact that my dad went out for cigarettes. He'll be back any day now. It's really far. And he walked. Oh, this is always good.
You've done well so far, but up until now, I've only been using a mere 5% of my power. Now let's see how well you fare against my Biden blast!
That freak! I can't even pick myself up, and we haven't even put a dent in him.
The second call-in with Apache was good. Hunter said he would use him as a human shield next time and wishes the person would spray his entire body with bullets. Hey, you know what? At least that's based. All right, at least that's based. Okay, I guess we're doing the Keffals. Oh, wait, we haven't even finished the food shops thing.
And about
why is this funny? What's going to happen? What's
to this
going
day,
to happen?
he calls me the lolly princess. That's his nickname for me now. He calls me the lolly princess. But
put that in your channel title.
I wanted to. I wanted to put that onto the channel banner. But but I feel like everybody would just then ask why, and then I have to just bring up the allegations every single time. So I'm like, no, so no.
You can do.
It's not gonna happen.
You can pivot into like anime YouTube, where there's like unapologetic
a lot of pedophiles. Sorry,
lolly characters and just don't care. Get like a lolly VTuber avatar.
No, I'm not comfortable with that. I think No, I don't know. This whole meme about, okay, here's, you want to know the truth, and here's the thing, no one will believe me, but here's the truth, okay?
Okay.
I actually do not like lolly at all. I don't. I just, I don't.
What? Then why? Then why all of it? Then why all of it? What are we watching? I don't know yet. Why does she like? She's like Anne of War, just looping constantly on the same fucking topic.
Okay, and here's
I
and when
remember your logic. I remember your logic from the previous debate. With,
yeah,
was it Rezi's name? Yeah.
No, Zonia. I'm pretty sure. No,
Oh, okay.
the final last time that I engaged with it in like the most serious manner, where my reputation, career was on the line, kind of thing, was with Zonia, and where I was like drawing out the kind of thing, and it was like when the drama was at its peak, right? And anyway, the point is that. Do you know Final Fantasy 14?
Not really. Okay. Kinda.
So I'll explain to you. So Final Fantasy 14 has several races, and
there's a lolly race. Yeah, I know.
Okay, thank you for the follow. So anyway, there's a lolly race, and the lolly race is called Lalafell. Okay, and literally every 1 to 2 months or so, they have lolicon discourse. Okay, it's normal in the Final Fantasy 14 community. It's normal to have lolicon discourse. But literally the first or second video that I ever made on this entire channel. Actually, no, the second video. No, fuck it. It's the third video. I'm pretty sure it's like the third video from what I remember on this entire channel.
Maybe it was the fourth.
It's private now. That I made on this entire channel was me and another friend that I no longer talk to anymore about lolicon discourse in the Final Fantasy 14 community. And we were talking about, okay, what if there is a pedophile who plays the lolicon character and then uses the lolicon character with the nudity mod to jack off, on the cursed world server where everybody goes there to do sex roleplay. And then is there anything inherently wrong with that, as long as they don't go around bothering people, and they don't go around like harassing people in DMs and stuff, like they do it within their own niche community? And then he said yes, and I said no. That was my argument. And we basically got into a back and forth, and basically that was the entire debate. So you have to know that I basically held these positions my entire time. They've been consistent.
That's right. We have to catch a Pokemon here. What? 1 second. Okay, 1 second. Okay, volcanic ash. Okay, what are our options here? And what Pokemon? We could get Sandshrew, Slugma, Skarmory, or Spinda. Well, I guess we don't want Spinda, but that's what we're probably going to get. I guess it would be nice to have either Slugma or Skarmory. All right, that's what we're hoping for. And maybe I could. Do I have a level 16 that I can put into the first slot and maybe try and force that? Probably not. Okay.
And so what happened was that, I don't know, but when I represent myself in game, when I actually represent myself in game, even though like that is like my debate bro answer, that is my debate.
Okay, we'll rewind 30 seconds so that we can actually get the full context. Why there are only 5 viewers? That's because I have never done super good on YouTube. There are always more people watching on Kick than there are on YouTube.
Bro position or whatever the fuck, right? My character in game is actually a dragon girl. It is Ari or Aura. It's the Dragon
you're a
Girl
furry,
character.
okay.
No, it's a scaly, but close
Right,
enough.
right,
Okay.
yeah.
But yeah, I have
All right,
like
let's see what we get.
horns. It's like
who would have guessed it's
20s,
fucking
like it's a character
Spinda?
that looks like they're in their 20s. Very clearly an adult female. Very clearly like whatever. And there's a lot of characters in the game where they're clearly dressed for the sex appeal, very clearly dressed of whatever. But in the game, I hate dressing like sexually in the game because I want to feel like I'm being immersed.
More than there are on
I like
YouTube,
feeling
Sleepy.
like I'm actually dressing, like a Final Fantasy character. Like I'm feeling like I'm gearing up
Name
for combat.
the Spinda.
So I actually dress in armor. I actually dress in cool Final Fantasy leather clothing, right? That is not sexual. So yeah, that's what I do in the game. But then other people will dress sexually. Other people will dress weirdly, and that's just how it is, right? But lots of people dress as the lolicon race character, and there's like two groups of people who dress like that. One is the group of people who find them cute, and that group can be divided into two subgroups. One
Gaza?
is like woman.
If I name it Gaza and then I use this Pokemon for what I want to use it for, people are actually gonna get mad at me because I'm just gonna use this as like, well, now I'm gonna make Sleepy upset because I don't know if there's ever a reason. Wait, hold on, we can actually check tier list. Where is Spinda? Oh, yeah. There's never a reason to use Spinda. So I'm probably... It's fine to destroy me? All right, Sleepy is going to be destroyed.
Who play the game who find them cute, right? And they'll say like, oh my god, that's like the baby I always wanted, right? And the second group is is also like dudes who find them cute, go like, yeah, you know what, I like it because they're funny, they're short, and they're like midgets, like that's why I find them cute, right? Nothing sexual or weird there. But then we have the actual pedos, right? And the lolicons, where they play that, and then they will put on the nudity mod, and then they'll just go and do sexual roleplay with them. And then, like, they'll have these mods where they put them in kink gear, and they're completely nude. They'll have, literally, like, it's just lolly, okay? It's just lolly. I don't know how else to put it. It's just lolly, okay?
Yeah.
And, basically it's like this huge meme where it's one of these things where in the community it's like an open secret where nobody really addresses it or talks about it, and we all acknowledge that they exist, and we all go like, ha ha ha, Ballmon, we don't talk about that world server. We don't talk about it. It's like this open secret where it exists, but sometimes it does leak out into the mainstream drama kind of thing, and then everyone's like, yo, what about all the pedos? Oh, what about all the pedophiles in Final Fantasy 14, and then all the Final Fantasy 14 players are like, yeah, I know, we have a problem, okay, yes we do, but like, come on. It's like, I don't know what else to say there, like there's nothing we can do there. I don't know, like, yeah, but like there's people who will make an outrage about it, and then there's people like me who would just go like, what,
I was
as long as
trying to
they're
go
not
around
messaging people.
him.
But there are some of them who will actually message
oh no, this is bad.
people and be weird, right? Because I know that I know that there.
Wait a second for a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
Is this the
Does
femboy
coughing have
that's been
levitate?
featured on the front of your channel a little bit recently?
Hi, Dev. Yeah,
Hi,
it's me.
femboy.
Yes. Yeah.
You used to follow me on my old Sleepy account before it got completely nuked.
Did I?
Yes, you did.
How come?
I had I'm part of like the weird centrist section of Twitter.
Oh, okay.
And
What's your current account? I'll refollow, I guess.
Trap_syrup.
Levitate. Cool.
Truly, this is.
Yes. No, I want to say like nobody's ever like made a big deal out of like the Lollyfell, until like it came to like you playing them.
They're
Because,
even
like,
called
they used-
Lalafell. Like,
Oh wait,
yeah.
you don't even
I don't know
follow me
what
on your
else
new
to say.
account. What the hell? Okay, fine.
I'll follow you back.
Right, did
No,
it.
so like I had like a. Sorry, I've been kind of like weirdly like zoning out here, but like even the dwarves and like Final Fan, like the dwarves before that used to look exactly like the Lollyfell do. Like the Lollyfell, the Plainsfolk and the Dunesfolk both look like the dwarves in the other games. And even in like Final Fantasy IV, the
Whoa!
dwarves actually have like their way of saying hello is lolly ho.
Oh yeah, I remember that now. That's from like the old Final
Yeah.
Fantasies. That's like
The
Final
the
Fantasy
thing,
IV and shit from back in the day.
yeah, and the funny part is that like you know that like all of that stuff is like intentional like winks, in the same way that like
Wait, how do you
and like
know that? How do you know that?
how do we
Dwarves look like adult small people, not kids. Very true. Oh God, guys, should I even tell this story publicly? Oh, over Christmas, we were at a restaurant, and I wouldn't say drunk, but I had been drinking, and dude, I was just kind of like staring off into space like this. My girlfriend's family was all talking, they're having a good time. I'm sitting there, I'm just, buzzed, thinking, just looking off into space. And then I realize that I'm actually staring at someone, and I make eye contact with them. Bro, it was a fucking little person. It was a fucking midget, and they were fucking staring at me, staring at them, and I didn't realize I was staring at them, right? And like, what the fuck are you supposed to do? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do at that point? You can't be like, no, I wasn't staring at you because you're a dwarf, okay? Like, what do you say? Like, oh man, I felt so fucking bad, dude, because they were just trying to have a nice dinner, and I was fucking staring at him. Question: what the fuck is she going on about? She's not into lolicon because there are pedos on Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, I have literally no fucking clue. This was suggested, and
hello, everybody. Welcome to this week.
Where's the actual tab with it? Where's the actual tab with it? Where's the actual tab? There it is. I'm not going to watch this whole thing. I'm going to watch a little bit more. I might speed it up 1.25. But like, I don't know why the fuck she's all of a sudden saying she's not into lolicon. She put out a fucking manifesto talking about why lolicon is drawn child pornography but isn't actually child porn, and it doesn't make you a pedophile, but like her position feels like it's all over the place. I don't know what she's
that there's
going
a
on
race
about.
that's like lolly looking and their greeting is lolly ho. That has to be an intentional wink.
But like there's a lot of plausible deniability there, right? Like it could.
Okay,
it
so
could
what
swing
about like
either
what about
way.
like
You
Miss
don't know that.
Kobayashi? What about in Miss Kobayashi? There's the freaking boy dragon.
I don't know
named
anything about
Shoda.
Miss Kobayashi. I don't
So
know anything
true,
about that.
Sleepy.
So.
There's Shoda the mage from Miss Kobayashi. Like
I don't know
I'm
anything about
just,
Miss
like,
Kobayashi. I'm not a
totally
weeb.
intentional-
Okay, hold on. I had to look this up because I remember that this was used by
Also-
other
also
Final
what-
Fantasy. No, oh, wait. Okay, so listen. This was used by other Final Fantasy dwarves in other games where they look more like Tolkien dwarves, like with the big beards and stuff. And I was like, there's no way it's lolly ho. So I look it up. It's
LALLYHO.
No, it's supposed to be rally ho, but they did the Japanese RL thing, and it just stuck. It's stuck since like 1991.
Yeah, I think you're. I don't know. I don't think. It could be either way. Maybe you're reading it into it a bit too much. Maybe.
No, I just think that there's a tradition of like sort of winking and nodding at those things, in the same way that like the people that made Miss Kobayashi do a wink and a nod when they have Shoda.
I don't know about that. I don't know. Like it'd be either way. I don't know. Either way,
Either way.
Either way, that was what it was. I think one day I could probably make these old videos public again.
Just do it right now. Don't be a coward.
I will do it when I'm not mentioning it on stream. Quietly, okay?
Quietly?
Yes, quietly.
So,
yeah.
In 3 months or so?
Yes, when no one's eyes on it, when we're way beyond this, yeah.
Okay.
And then yes, even the secret Corantos debate, yes.
I'm gonna refresh your channel every single day, and as soon as I see, I'm gonna make a giant video about you.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm kidding.
Okay, do we need to watch the rest of this? I don't know why we were linked this.
Wait, before that, what were we talking about?
Did something crazy happen?
Yeah, we were talking about distributors. Yeah.
Yeah, and the rightoids. Oh, the femboy left.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, okay.
Okay. Let's see here. Let's look. Okay, I guess we'll do the Keffals thing. I watched a little bit of this. 30 minutes of it is just like making fun of Hasan for things that he's done. We'll watch the one little clip-a-rooney right here.
I just realized I had desktop audio still muted. I like to bop out to the intro tracks.
No, dude, Jank, it's great. He gets murdered live. Ah, we'll do this one first. I've already
Screams.
committed.
Gets me hyped for the start.
On this week's Social Guru, we cover an old classic warhorse, the let's get out of here rule. This one's been passed on for centuries and helped even the Vikings get laid. I actually lost.
Bro, why is his head so fucking small? Is his shoulders? Is it like the Talking Heads? Is it like this? I wanted to make my head look smaller, and so in order to achieve that, I had to make my shoulders bigger. Is that what he's going for? But just like with his own fucking body, dude? What is this? Jesus fucking Christ, what is this? Plates and Debates is on the table. Stupid.
Lost my virginity with this rule, by the way, I'm not gonna lie. So you're in the club, you finally use the 5-second rule because you're smart now, because you follow bro tip, and you start talking to this girl, it finally leads to hooking up, and you're bold enough to grab an ass cheek, and then maybe even get some hand play downstairs. What is the next move? You need to get out of there, and you need to get out of there fast. Hopefully with the girl. So you have to use these 5 magic words. Let's get out of here. You might think, wait a minute, there's no way this is gonna work. Yes, it does. Let's get out of here. It's time to get out of there, and it's time to separate her from her herd, meaning her crowd of girlfriends that are going to do their best to cock block you because they're fat and lonely. If let's get out of here doesn't work.
Jesus. Okay.
So, Firestar116 says, and now you're trashing him for
I'm assuming what happened is where the actual important stuff. I got to about the point where she was showing this video, and I stopped watching because it was not interesting. But everyone's saying that it was a good video. It was a good takedown.
You're such a good person. I just thanked him for helping me raise money for the trans community. I'm sorry, but someone who is an ally to the trans community, they're not immune to criticism. Grow the fuck up, kid. Now, let's continue.
Clara Sorrenti says a false email with her address was sent to London City Council, claiming she had killed her mother and was intending to shoot people at City Hall who were straight. The email, Sorrenti says, had given out her real address and resulted in police with guns at her doorstep and her being arrested.
When I went into the hallway and then saw that assault rifle, I screamed and I thought I was going to die.
London Police Service confirmed the arrest to Global News. They added Sorrenti was released without charges and they are continuing to analyze her electronic devices, but could not offer any more information. Sorrenti says the hate she's been facing is because of her prominence as a trans woman and activist.
They want me dead because I'm a high-profile.
Mouthy told me it was bad and borderline unwatchable and tried to tie way too many things together. If it gets to that point, then we'll stop watching. But I thought it was going to be a bait video at first, but it seems like she's actually trying to fight Hasan. I greatly dislike Hasan, and I have mixed feelings on Keffals. We've been mostly on Keffals' side for the past couple of months because she seemed to. When I say past couple of months, I mean that like the past like 3 or 4 months. She's just decided to go full lib based. Yeah, what does the swatting have to do with Hasan? But that's what I'm going to see. I guess.
Profile transgender activists. There's a big target on my back, and for the past year, transgender people have been at the focal point of a culture war.
It's not just the doxing, but Sorrenti takes issue with London Police Service's handling of the incident. Evidence bags she showed Global News indicates police.
So, back then, there was a lot of information that I couldn't release. And during this stream, for the first time, I'm going to be releasing all of that information for you all to see.
Global News is Canadian.
Police use her dead name, the birth name she
Just
had
looked it
before
up.
transitioning, which is considered highly offensive. She also claims police asked her if she was a she and to explain dead naming.
The way that I was treated by the police really showed me they know nothing about transgender people or issues.
Police told Global News that this is an active investigation, but despite being a prominent name online and having run for office provincially and federally, Sorrenti thinks police's actions are driven by ignorance.
So I had a hate crime perpetrated against me, and instead of the police helping me, they victimized me for it.
As for the trolls and hate mongers, Sorrenti says she remains undeterred.
I'm not backing down. I know that the work I do is incredibly valuable, and thousands of trans people have told me that. I have people almost every day saying they came out to their families because of me. And if they want me to stop, the next time they better manipulate the police into pulling the trigger.
Amar Khan, Global News.
Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
I'm gonna show you all for the first time.
That is probably the most Giga Chad response you can have. Like, if you want me to stop, you better fucking manipulate the police into pulling the trigger next time, bitch. Like, that is a Giga Chad line. However, it feels like there was like so much information that came out around all of that I can't rightly tell if I don't know how much of it was like actual real information or how much of it was fake information or anything like that. But like, wasn't there something about like the actual swatting that didn't add up? Or can someone, enlighten me? Keffals is right on most of her points, but needs serious help on how to do a real hit piece vid from people who are more experienced at it. Yeah, like Destiny. Didn't she play a call showing the cops had warned her about emails and stuff? Well, I have no idea. I haven't gotten that far.
Some of the things that I couldn't back then that I can now. It's been over a year, so let's go over some stuff. This is the email. The email that was sent to every member of City Council as well as the mayor.
I think I'm going to try and catch a
Hello,
Tentacruel.
my name is Clara Sorrenti. I redacted the address. And I'm from, redacted, London, Ontario. I am a transgender person. My dead name is Lucas Roberts. I have had enough of you anti-transgenders being in positions of power and oppressing us. You finally broke me, you cisgendered, transphobic assholes. When this is over, the entire city will remember my name. I have killed my transphobic mother, and today I will be going out to City Hall and shooting every cisgendered person I see with a gun I illegally acquired. All I wanted to do was buy minors collars and make them call me mother. But you've pushed me too far. See you in hell.
And on one hand, the amount of information there, I am going to kill people with a gun I illegally acquired. All I wanted was for children to call me mommy. Like, I understand why some people are like, well, why didn't the police just like see that this was obviously fake? But you also have to remember that they're there to make things that are bad not happen. And if they get warning of something that is possibly going to happen, they're probably going to say, hey, let's bring this person in just to ask them a few questions. Just a few questions, super quick, right? So the police did what they were supposed to do. It's really fucking stupid when people are trying to say shit like, oh, well, it was obviously fake. They should have seen that this was just a troll, et cetera, et cetera. But if you think about it for more than like a picosecond, yeah, the police probably should just stop possible bad thing from happening first and then, ask questions later.
Attached to this email.
Originally, she was woken up in bed by the cops. Later, the story changed to them knocking on the door. Oh, that's right. That's what made everyone all fucking crazy. Like, so she said that like she was like asleep in bed, and then she woke up at the point of a gun, at the end of the barrel of a gun, which is not entirely true. They knocked on the door, and the partner opened the door, and Keffals walked out of the bedroom, and they were pointing a gun inside. So she should have just like given exact details on everything from the very beginning. But I guess hindsight's fucking 2020, right?
was a photo of a handgun that belonged to the person who sent the email. To this day, no one knows who sent this email.
Have I not gotten a bike yet?
Between me and another municipal.
Why haven't I gotten the fucking bike?
In the month before the swatting.
I am investigating the threatening occurrence that was generated today. And can you just state your name for the record, please?
Clara Sorrenti?
And Clara, is that your legal name?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I won't ask your date of birth, but how old are you, Clara?
I'm 28 years old.
Okay. And you don't live in the city of Toronto?
No, I live in London, Ontario.
Okay.
Okay.
Clara, you're not a suspect in any incident. I want that you to understand that, okay?
Okay.
Hasan sent the email. Hasan sent the email, everybody.
This is
By the way, the police cannot legally make you not record a conversation. You can record conversations with the police all you want.
Police investigation. Don't disclose the contents of the statement that we're going to have right now. And just be completely honest with me in the question that I ask you, okay? If there's a question you don't want to answer, you don't have to answer. This statement is completely voluntary. You understand that?
Of course. I just want to clear things up.
Okay, great. Clara, the reason I reached out to you today, as I indicated, it's a threatening investigation. We've received reports of emails that have been sent to individuals that I'm not going to disclose to you at this time, from an email address that appears very similar to your name.
Oh shit, what is the level cap?
Fonts that are changed. But the contents of these emails target an identifiable group. Okay?
Okay.
And you and I had a conversation about 5 minutes ago, is that correct?
Yes.
You said that you had, since March 25th of this year, been online harassment campaign, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you clarify that? Can you tell me more about that, Clara?
On March 25th, I became
29.
the target of a website known as Kiwi Farms. It's been implicated in the suicides of 3 different people who have been targeted by that website. It's also been banned in New Zealand because they refused to take down the manifesto and live stream of the Christchurch massacre shooter. They've done things such as doxing members of my family, as well as myself.
What's that called?
Which? The website?
No, doxing, you said?
Doxing.
What is doxing? Can you spell that for me?
DOXXING. And essentially that is seeking out and publishing home addresses and other sensitive information.
Damn it.
As part of a scare tactic. This has been an ongoing thing for several months, and I'm not really surprised that it's escalated to this point. So, this is a call I got before everything happened. And the next thing I want to show you all is the call with the same officer after the swatting.
Good morning, Detective Gibson.
Hi, this is Clara Sorrenti. You talked to me, I believe, on July 31st about an attempted swatting.
Hi, Claire. How are you?
Hi, I was wondering if you were aware what happened in London on the 5th.
No.
Okay.
Back from days off today.
Oh, okay. So on August 5th, an email was sent in my name that reads a lot like the email that you were talking about. It was sent to every member of the London City Council, stating that I was going to shoot up City Hall and kill every cisgender person I see, that I killed my mother, and that I possess an illegal firearm. The London SWAT team was called. I had an assault rifle pointed at me. I was arrested. I'm still a suspect in the ongoing investigation, despite the search warrant turning up no gun, and my mother is alive and well. They seized my computers and my cell phones and my fiance's computers, which had all of their PhD-related work on it. I guess
PhD-related work?
Yeah, they're a doctorate student, and their only copy of the thesis was on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give London a call now.
Thank you.
And,
yeah,
no
because
problem. Do you know have a detective name or anything?
I have a copy of the search warrant, if that helps.
Yeah, if you can email me the first page.
Sure. It was Constable Ryan McNichol, but yeah, hold on. If you leave, if you leave me an email, I could just like take a picture of the warrant for you.
Sorry if I didn't call you back this morning. I did get your message. We have a missing person on the go.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to see if you could like. So, to answer a few questions, this is related to the stuff that I need to talk about with Hasan. As well, this is the first time I have ever released these recordings. The legal case is still ongoing. Help give them this additional information because, yeah. Okay, I did get it.
Okay, great. So just send me the first page of that search warrant.
Don't forget about the questions.
Yeah.
We're gonna rename
did you
this one
ever end up
Spicy
talking,
Chat.
to LPS, or did they contact you?
No.
Okay.
No, I've just been in correspondence with that email company in Switzerland and working on that, and not getting very much help. They don't keep. Well, I can't talk about the investigation too much.
Oh, I understand. But I'm really happy that you'll talk to them, because I would really like my name to be cleared. The London police have never dealt with. My defense attorney said like he's been like working in the city for decades. He's never heard of a swatting attempt. So I have a. Yeah, it was very.
Well, can someone explain to me what the relevance here is?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, that was a call with a detective from Toronto, not my hometown. The reason why was because an elderly man who happens to share my last name was also the subject of a swatting, because Kiwi Farms had narrowed down my address to either this old man's address or my address. Here is the statement from the elderly Italian man from Toronto, Ontario.
It's not they came out after not even 10 minutes after they were here. Some they left, and then one came back and said, Mr. Rent, I'm sorry, it was just a mistake of address. They just arrested somebody in London. Yeah, they didn't show me no word, nothing. I said, okay, we don't look at you. I said, go right ahead. If I got nothing to be afraid. I mean, if I would have something to hide, I would say, you need a warrant. But I don't got nothing to hide. I said, you're welcome, go ahead. I was in bed. I was in pain with my sight. It was 11 o'clock when the officer came back here to tell me. So I'm sorry.
So can I just like skip past here to Hasan's reaction?
Gave a reaction to it. So this will be the first time I've talked about the things that Hasan said.
I'm going to talk about Twitch streamer, the largest trans Twitch streamer, Keffals, a friend of the show and a community member. Trigger warning, transphobia, swatting. I don't like that they covered this, but I guess she doesn't care that like this is revealed. Not a good thing to, in my opinion, it makes things worse. It makes matters worse. I've been on the internet for a very long time, but like revealing that, you know, you are openly revealing that you are swatted is not a good way to go about it. But you know, it's their circumstances.
So the first thing I'd like to say to this is this was a hate crime. This wasn't simply swatting, and I have been out and medically transitioning longer than Hasan has been online. This was an incredibly condescending way of responding to this situation.
Wait, what did Hasan say there that was incorrect? Far be it from me to defend Hasan, but...
Say to this is, this was a hate crime.
Swatting. I don't like that they covered this, but I guess she doesn't care that like this is revealed. Not a good thing to, in my opinion, it makes things worse. It makes matters worse. I've been on the internet for a very long time, but like revealing that, you know, you are openly revealing that you are swatted is not a good way to go about it. But you know, it's their circumstances.
So the first thing I'd like to say to this is this.
Wait, what the fuck did he say that was wrong? If you acknowledge trolls, whether they are swatting you or doing anything else, you have to ignore it or not like say anything. That's why like when you see what's his fucking name? The guy that Destiny debated, he's a huge fucking retard. Doesn't seem to be a bad person from the little I know about him. He has like a lazy eye. He was big on coke. What was his fucking name? Andy Worski. Right? Like Andy Worski, I was watching the Kino Casino, and they swatted him, I'm pretty sure. And he was just like, hold on, guys. I have a pizza delivery, right? And he went back there and he dealt with it. And then he came back to stream and acted like nothing happened. Or that groiper that got swatted while he was debating Destiny. Why do you not give it any... why do you not pay attention to it? Why do you not like say anything live on your stream? Because then they can clip it and it incentivizes them to do it more, you know? Hasan says it's not a good idea to reveal your swatting. Keffals says it's a hate crime. Oh, might as well have said it's raining outside. Then Keffals responds with it. That's a hate crime. Wait, I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Medicare always says when he's swatted, someone's coming around to pick up some hats. Yeah. You gotta, like, not give them what they want. Talk about, it's not that it's cringe. It's just that it makes it worse for you, right? It makes it worse for the person getting, makes it worse for the person getting swatted because it incentivizes, because the people who are swatting obviously think it's funny and they're going to do it again. Live recording your girlfriend's crazy ex trying to kill you? Based. Hey, you know what? Actually, though.
It was a hate crime. This wasn't simply swatting, and I have been out and medically transitioning longer than Hasan has been online. This was an incredibly
I know.
condescending way of responding to this situation.
How's it going, Reiska? Trying to catch a tentacle.
Now, here's the advice that he gave me.
We have to find a way to make it stop. Okay, guys, like, that's not going to happen, okay? Please. That's not how this happens. That's not how this works. So I don't know what the fuck to tell you, okay? As someone who has, like, dealt with this shit, has been in the space for 10 fucking years, that's not how this works, okay? Yeah, let's do it. Let's stop it. Okay, good luck. Have fun. Try to figure it out. It would be great if you could figure it out. Like, I personally feel...
Petition to add Keffals TTS meme? Hey, listen. I have paid upwards of $150 over the past 2 years for TTS, and you motherfuckers don't use it. All right? Petition all you want. I stopped paying for the TTS, for the good TTS, with all the fucking funny voices, because you guys don't actually fucking use it. If you guys want to use fucking TTS, you want me to pay for that, give me my fucking money. All right? Give me my fucking money.
Irresponsible even bringing this up. I'll be honest with you. A lot of you wanted me to bring it up, so I fucking brought it up. I personally feel irresponsible bringing it up because no matter what the fuck happens, bringing attention to it makes it worse. There's 39,000 people in here. God knows how many of them are fucking haters, Nazis, people from those fucking spaces who are now celebrating this. So there you go. And now it will only get worse. So we're done talking about it, so never fucking bring it up ever again. Okay?
Now, this is an incredibly tone-deaf response.
I'm sorry. I agree with Hasan on this one.
If you are the victim of sexual violence and you bring your rapist to justice, that's not going to solve the problem of sexual violence.
The rapist is raping you for power, control, sexual, release, whatever the fuck reason they use, right? They're not raping you for, generally speaking, for public humiliation. It's just a stupid fucking example.
But it is important to talk about it. If you are the victim of a...
And again, I'm very, very much not a big fan of fucking, what's his fuck? What the fuck is his name? Hasan, holy shit. Vyvanse is a miracle drug that makes me remember people's names. Someone named the tentacle. Yeah, so far be it from me to defend Hasan on basically fucking anything. But when he's right, he's right. And the entire reason not to talk about being swatted or confirm that you were swatted or anything like that is that it reinforces the behavior. It confirms that they were able to get to you, right? It confirms that your dox is real. Like all of these things, Name it hentai? Okay, we'll name him hentai.
A racist hate crime, and you bring the person who perpetrated
Joey Swole is kind of cool though.
Systemic racism, but it's important to talk about it. It's important.
Who is Joey Swole? Before I name it that.
And he gave me the advice: this will always exist, so just ignore it. So I see the people in Twitch chat saying you were pushing for dehosting of Kiwi Farms at that point. No, I wasn't.
Oh, he's like a gym bro now.
This was in the same week that I was swatted.
Yeah, I'm going with hentai.
This is before it was drop Kiwi Farms. Now let's talk about Hasan's hypocrisy here. I have no words to say. This clip will speak for itself.
Devil's haters are on a different level, to be honest. Yes, because she has done something that I did for the longest time that I realized I should have never done. Feed the trolls. It's not her fault. Most of the reason why she has trolls to begin with is because she's trans and outspoken. Okay? That's it. Notice how this community is demonstrably better when I don't fucking engage with every single drama farming weirdo who's trying to make a name for themselves by trying to make fucking YouTube videos being like,
oh, how's it going, food shops?
On that note, here's the Willie Mac Show. What's up, Willie Mac Show?
Hey, what's up, Hasan?
Not
Oh,
much.
shit, that was
So
close.
I am not very familiar with what you do, but I believe you've done a couple videos about how dog shit I am, I think, right? Be the trolls that will stay forever because they're pathological. Their obsession is not normal. Their obsession is not something that can be saved.
So, I understand what she's saying here. I think she fundamentally misunderstands why Hasan says not to talk about it. I guess if if you just like don't understand the criticism, or it's not even a criticism, it was just like advice. If you don't understand why someone's giving you a piece of advice, right? You should probably ask someone what they meant by that. Name it Lav? No, I'm not naming anything Lav. Okay? Yeah, because he's just giving good advice.
Sated, they will never stop until they kill you, until they get you to kill yourself. And it's not like a hidden thing. This is their desired, openly stated purpose, okay? All right, so let's move on to something more fun.
So,
Devil's haters.
Hassan, first of all, needs to take his own advice. And second of all, comparing a transphobic hate crime to people making drama videos about you is brain dead.
Oof.
This was a disgusting response. And the reason I never said anything about this back then is because I needed the allies on my side for my own safety. I was fearing for my life. I wanted this man in my corner. He has a massive platform.
I need to stop making you say bad things.
Hasan has a bit of a weird streak when it comes to trans people and criticism. So, when he was getting criticized during the Hogwarts Legacy drama of the end of that year, this is what he said.
But I truly feel like the backlash that will come of this is just not worth it because, goddamn, trans posters can be very, very, very unhinged. And God forbid, you don't want...
Food Jobs, you should watch, you should read The Doctrine of Fascism by Giovanni Gentile. There's a nice audio book version on YouTube. And you know, if you wanna listen to that, that's what I did to learn more about fascism. And you know what? There's only one downside. It's read by an Australian. And on top of that, even worse, the Australian is a woman.
Them coming because they're not gonna go after fucking Nazis and shit. They're gonna go after me if I play it. You know what I mean? They're gonna be like, fuck you.
So when I go after the Nazis, his response is just ignore them. They'll never go away. And then when trans people criticize him, he's like, why aren't you attacking the Nazis? Why are you attacking me? And this is actually one of the calmer ways that he has responded to criticism from trans people, even within his own community.
Oh, it's just woke scold shit,
here's
dude.
Hasan's meltdown after he was criticized by a longtime trans community member for doing terrible in a debate against Christian, right-wing TikToker Christian Walker.
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe, knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a Vosh in trans debates. I hope. I hope.
wait.
The rest of your life is as horrible.
Let me hear that again. Sorry. It's still funny. It's still funny to me, even after all these years.
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe, knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a Vosh at trans debates.
You're not exactly a Vosh.
I hope that
oh,
the rest
that
of
hurt.
your life is as horrible as it is every single day. Okay, there you go. Suck my dick. I
didn't even get
you.
Fucking tentacle out of the
you
box.
More than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer, okay? You are cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community. Suck my dick.
Now imagine your first response to a member of a marginalized community.
Aqua. Yeah.
That has an incredibly high rate of depression, incredibly high suicide attempt rate. Is that over the most mild criticism? Like, that was such light criticism because Hasan himself has admitted repeatedly he is bad at debates. Like, this isn't exactly forbidden knowledge, so to speak.
My issue is a trans.
Now, here are my DMs with Austinox. What I said back then, August 11th. So, for the time frame here, the swatting was on August 5th. This is 6 days later. I said, I saw Hasan cover me on this, but I kind of disagree with him. Going this public basically means the cops will not fuck with me again. Hold on, NBC interview, they're calling. To which Oxynox responds, he's got a long history with being swatted. Was happening to him a lot at one point. Good luck on it. I responded to Oxynox. It went well. I really want to try and get this into American national coverage because in Canada at least, it's looking like this is going to spark some big discussions. To which Oxynox replies, yeah, it's worth spotlighting, but does encourage more people to go after you specifically. I hope wherever you move, the police will take it seriously this time when you tell them about swatting concerns. So.
Okay.
The common thread here that I really hate is people who are trying to take the context, or they seemingly ignore the context that this was a transphobic hate crime. The perpetrators of this were using the police as a weapon. We can go back to the original email. And they did a few things very, very, very specifically. They put my
Wait, is this on a PowerPoint?
They attached a photo of a
I'm sorry,
handgun.
there's no reason why that's funny. It's just funny.
They said that I killed my transphobic mother. They said in the email, trying to tell the cops I'm a pedophile, impersonating me, stealing my identity. This wasn't a normal swatting. In a normal swatting, there isn't identity theft. In a normal swatting, your devices don't get seized. When my computers were seized, I lost my livelihood. I had no choice. If I was told by my defense attorney that it would have
I'm
taken
skipping
months
to the consequences.
of following through. You know what came out of following through? With all of the things that I did? Through all of the pain, all of the fear? I disagree with the news. The articles that say that the officers investigated themselves and they found that they acted appropriately. But as a response to what happened, to making it as public as I did, some huge things changed. Because of me coming forward with everything, Canada now has a national swatting database.
Okay, I'm skipping to the Fallout, don't care.
YouTube chat, Twitch chat, they don't have that. But because the White Leaf brand is so associated with Vosh, people started turning on me simply for using White Leaf. And I'm going to get into that in a bit. We have a few more people to talk about.
This is 1.5 speed, by the way, guys.
Holy shit. Addiction isn't dealing with a problem, it's running from it. Yeah, no fucking shit, Sherlock. What are you fucking dumb? What do you mean by that?
Just get to the fucking Fallout, dude.
I love these idiots so much.
7.5.
It's a medical
1.75.
No, yeah, they're really... It was like how Hasan was trying to condescendingly explain how the victim of a hate crime should react to being hate crimed. It's fucking disgusting. God. Hold on a sec. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't liked the stream yet.
Hey, if you're watching
We
on
still have a
YouTube, you
bunch
should
of-
like my stream right now. Am I right, fellas? 6 viewers, 5 likes. Come on, bump up those
He
numbers.
wasn't telling you how to react to being hate crimed. He was giving you advice on how to react to being swatted. You can't
Yeah.
uncouple these two things.
Yeah, you can.
Like, if someone gets stabbed and they die, you can't just talk about giving advice if you get stabbed in a non-fatal way. These are two different things. Like, Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up. The
You were
swatting
swatted
was
in a
done as a hate
non-fatal
crime.
way.
Holy fuck.
Oh, man. Okay, let's skip to Frogan's DMs. Maybe there'll be something there.
So, I said, "Hi, Frogan. Do you have a moment to talk?" This was on April 26th, 8:58 p.m. She said, "Hey, in the middle of moving right now, so I can't VC, but can text. What's up?" And here's what I said to Frogan. I wanted to talk about Hascourt. I'm really upset to see moderators there spreading rumors about me that were literally lifted from Kiwi Farms about me not going to rehab. I found out this isn't new, and moderators were spreading rumors about me not doing a lawsuit and stealing money last year. This is very upsetting, and I just needed to reach out. I know not everyone has to like me, and there are legitimate criticisms people can make of me, but these are literally from Kiwi Farms. I look up to Hasan. Obviously not anymore. And there are few online communities I feel safe in. I don't want to start drama or do callouts, but I needed to address it. Good luck with moving. I know how stressful it can be. So, I'll show you how she responded to this. You have to realize that when you're an online personality, there are going to be people that like you and some that don't. Ignore them. You went out of your way to name search yourself in the server and are sending me stuff from months ago. Quite frankly, I don't understand why you even come around in the server since you don't like Hasan, or me for that matter. Anyways, according to messages from your mod signal chat that people have sent me. I know you say I gatekeep Hasan from people, but the only time I ever will is when I say keep him and the community out of your drama.
What if he creates the drama? What if he is the drama?
This is the moment I lost all respect for Hasan and his community. All I asked for was a crumb of compassion. As someone who, quite frankly, I don't need to be condescended to by Frogan, whose most notable achievements in her live streaming career is being a Hasan mod and winning an award for not being a big streamer.
Oh, shit, bro.
She has
Oh,
absolutely
man,
no
that's
idea
rough.
what it's like to be in my position. And I did like her. I gave her a hug at TwitchCon. But she's also lying. This is what she said about me while I was in rehab in Hascourt. After my friends convinced me to go to rehab so I didn't take my own life, while I was getting active treatment, she's sitting in Hasan's Discord, shit-talking me. She's just a snake. It's just incredibly two-faced. I had never said anything mean to her before. And I don't even know what signal mod chat she's referring to, but I know how she got it. We have to talk about Solio.
I'm sorry.
Solio-
I'm sorry. I thought there was going to be something interesting here. There's nothing. That was so fucking boring. Why the fuck are people saying that Hasan got destroyed? Just gotta say though, name searching is bad. Imagine what would happen if Sondsol name searched in spicy chat. Well, now I'm curious. It's not that bad. Okay.
The Supreme Court has ruled that
Maybe I can mine it for a short. Yeah, there was nothing in there. Sorry, buddy. Hey, if you wanna make a thumbnail that I can use for all of my go live things, I just have placeholder pictures. What is this?
Hey, boy, we going into the adult I'm kidding. Actually, we're not doing that. We're a family-friendly channel here at Some Ordinary Gamers. The moment that I have to show the old starfish to the internet is the moment that, boy, I have tremendously fell off in a way that I could not even perceive. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about showing starfishes and body parts, obviously, I'm referring to Twitch TV. What other site do you think I was talking about? Now, the last weekend, last week, all right, I'm getting my timetable screwed up. Twitch implemented the artistic nudity policy, which I'm not joking with you, on a flight to the other side of the country, they reversed it within a day. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to start off by reading about their policy update. Now, this is actually very old, almost 10 days at this point. So you might be wondering, why am I covering it now? And I'll get to that, because even though that these policies have been reversed, Twitch finally has a brand new meta. Basically, you can show your body with black little sensor bars all around you, and that's basically how the community is turning the site kind of into a softcore website, but also trying to skirt those community guidelines to the point where everyone around is just kind of cringing looking at it. But let's go into it. So again, looking at the content policy update, what the author, Dane Clancy, CEO of Twitch, by the way, said, we updated our policy, okay? Our primary goal in these updates was to make our guidelines easier to understand and enforce. I would say if those were your two objective, your policies, you failed. But anyways, one of the reasons they did it was they wanted to change how fictionalized nudity worked. Through user voice and in conversations, we heard from artists and our content policies were limiting. In making this update, we were trying to be responsive to these requests and allow the thriving artist community on Twitch to utilize the human form in their art, and use the human form they did. The amount of fox cocks that I saw in one day should not exist, all right? I haven't even seen that much fox dick on what is the other site? DeviantArt, okay? That site literally is called DeviantArt, okay?
Any update on my ban? Oh yeah, so over the break, there was an opportunity to request an unban. I requested the unban. We're gonna see whenever they decide to read it. But there is officially a ban lift request in Twitch's email or whatever portal fucking thing. I've appealed the ban. We're gonna see if I get unbanned. And if we do, then that means there's going to be probably way more debate content, because most people stream on Twitch and they're not going to talk to me. I stopped reaching out to people for debates because no one wants to debate only on my stream or debate and stream on YouTube instead of Twitch. So,
like, if you don't expect deviancy on DeviantArt, you are high. Anyways, later on into this policy, they reversed it, and they said a great deal of new content was allowed under the updated policy. Much of the content created has been met with community concern. Yeah, there are concerns we share. Upon reflection, we have decided that we went too far with this change. Digital depictions of nudity present a unique challenge. AI can be used to create realistic images, and it can be hard to distinguish between digital art and photography. Really? We're talking about AI porn now? Wasn't there a huge backlash on the website involving like a massive Twitch streamer who literally was caught engaging in the purchasing of digital AI deepfakes of their fellow peers? You just found that out now, Dan? You just found out that AI nudies exist? Wow, welcome to 2023. So anyways, they talk about the video games, but my favorite part of this, and this is what I want to get tattooed onto my body. While I wish we could have predicted this outcome, part of our job is to make adjustments that serve the community. Bro, you don't have to be Nostradamus to figure that out. Come on. Who's working there? Who's working it? Guys, do we need to get the crystal balls out? Do we need to get the tarot cards? Do we need... This is basic knowledge, okay? Ouija boards will just tell you not to do this if you just engage with them for 5 minutes. I mean, seriously, how you could not think that the artistic nudity policy could be abused is beyond me. But obviously, we knew that the art category broke records, and that's pretty much how it came down to. So, in recent days, Twitch has decided, or at least some Twitch streamers, that there's going to be a new implied nudity meta, so to speak. A meta effectively is, again, just a strategy to maximize your Twitch stream's growth. So in this case, these two streamers, and obviously I'm blurring it, but they are completely naked with black bars. Now, sometimes there is a bra.
Someone give me a link to that stream. Someone give me a link to that stream right now.
There's no visible
I need a link to that
straps,
stream.
No underwear. It's just
give me a link to that stream.
Bars, okay? Like, it's like looking at a Sims character is the best way to put it, you know? And again, you can pay to have your name show up on the titties.
Link it right now.
Pussy, okay? Yeah? Yeah, I don't care about the yellow dollar sign today. I don't care. I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes you just got to tell the truth like it is. So obviously, I would say a grand majority of viewers looked at this and said, This doesn't seem like it belongs on a website that, by the way, if
Shut
we
up,
just
Nair.
quickly go over to Twitch's safety articles here. Twitch is a live streaming service designed for people aged 13 and up. Really? 13 and up? So in one fell swoop, they basically turned their website into like Chatterbait, okay? Into like My Free Cams.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is like, I'm all for, artistic depictions of stuff. I'm all for, people if they want to jerk it and they want to jerk it super fucking hard, they should have the right to jerk it super hard. But I also think that if you want your website to succeed, you probably shouldn't just go like whole hog into. One second. Let me kill this fucking loser. Look at this fucking idiot. You're dead. Oh, bro. Oh, bro, you just got fucked. You probably want to aim for, curating your website and its content to your audience, right? Oh, cool. So in the case of twitch.tv, okay, well, we have video games, we have just chatting, we have, people playing D&D, like there's a lot of like young people stuff, a lot of gamer stuff. We all love gamers. All of that shit is going on Twitch. And there are other websites for what? Used Earthquake. Okay, thank God it's not effective. I didn't know. So let me get past all this so I can concentrate. I'm not going to concentrate on it. So there are other websites for people to go and jerk it on, right? There's Chatterbait, there's X videos, Pornhub, the X hamster RedTube, fucking porn.com, porn.org, porn.gov, you name it. It's a porn site out there, and it's tailored specifically for the things that you want to jerk it to. I don't think that Twitch should curate its content in a way that is conducive for there to be, porn or near porn or softcore porn or any of those things. I just don't think it should be that way. Why? Because you're fundamentally going to change the character of the kind of audience that you're curating for your website.
Or I don't know, any website of that vein. That's effectively what has went on. Now, to give you an idea, it's been a few days, and while this kind of content has, in my opinion, lessened a little bit, it's not gone all the way through. Now, this is a brand new virtual machine, a VM, okay, running through VPN's brand new system, meaning that my recommendations, as filthy as they are, cannot possibly affect this. Going to Twitch TV's Just Chatting section, which by far is the most popular section of Twitch, a lot of the streams are pretty okay. And then one tiny scroll down, you've got the sexual content policy change. Literally going topless, still on the internet. Now, I find it so hilarious that you can have AI Jesus right here giving you the fun.
Twitch needs to learn how to manage the expectations of the public. Some people might be upset at the idea of 4chan existing, but everyone knows what to expect when going to 4chan. Yeah. Like, again, he's a flying type. I know it doesn't affect him. That was stupid. Okay, I get it. Yeah, Sand attacked me. I'd fucking deserve it. Yeah, you don't know what you're going to get on the front page. Like if I were to... Here, let's open up a private window and hope it doesn't crash my internet. And then let's go to Twitch and hope it doesn't kill my internet. Okay. In a private browser... In a private browser, let's see what we get. We got XQC. We have a VTuber. We have Hasan. That's topical. Hey, you know what? It's not as bad as people made it. Oh, never mind. A new meta for men. Okay, this isn't as bad as people make it out to be when you go to fucking an incognito window and scroll on Twitch's main page. That's not so bad. We got a lot of VTubers, which is degenerate. It's wrong. It's disgusting. catering to motherfucking anime viewers, please. So it's wrong, but there's, it's not illegal to be a VTuber.
Find words, but then triple the view count just below.
Maybe I'm a degen. Hey,
no.
Listen, we're totally fine with degens in chat as long as you use the membership function. Look at that. We have 0 new memberships today, guys. As long as you use the membership function or subscribe on Kick, you will not be considered a degenerate. And we will not make fun of you for watching anime.
Ads. Oh, yeah. Now, one of the things about Twitch is, okay, I get it, all right? I'm not opposed to twerking. Twerking's pretty cool. But when it comes to 18 plus videos as streamed here, why is there no actual age gating whatsoever? So here I'm not even signed in. I'm completely off. I click on this stream right here. It tells me, oh shit, hey listen, this might not be appropriate for you to watch because it contains sexual themes. So now you hit start watching, boy, it's just an amalgamation of booty shaking. That's all it is. Now, again, it's not even a streamer here booty shaking. It's just some guy with an anime profile picture downloading twerking images off the internet and just posting them here. Now, of course, the people here with the actual amazing chat right here, hot moms, they're out there donating their money or whatever down the road too. So again, there's no proper age gating, and there's genuinely, underage children potentially being exposed to some wild shit here. Thank God Family Guy is over here. That's all we needed. If you get rid of Family Guy on Twitch, I literally have no reason to put the site in. Jesus Christ. Now, in some of these...
1 second. I'm sorry, I have to post this. 1 second. Wrong window. Let me see.
The internet is really, really great.
For porn.
I got a fast connection, so I don't have to wait.
For porn.
What? There's always some new site.
For porn.
I browse all day and night.
For porn.
It's like I'm surfing at the speed of light.
For porn.
Shrekky.
The internet is for porn.
Shrekky.
The internet is for porn.
What are you doing?
Why you think the net was born? Porn, porn, porn.
The one musical that I really did not get into while everyone else was into it.
Streams, one of the top posts are their social links, which always goes to Linktree, which again scares the crap out of me because every time I see a Linktree, there it is. Another OF gets dropped into it. So for a site that is marketed to 13 years of age, there's no proper age gating. Kids can easily click on this, go to the social link up top, and get right to the OnlyFans. And at least in OnlyFans situations over here, they have proper age gating because OnlyFans does not even allow you to use their product, even for free tiers, without a credit card. And again, that's something Twitch could probably implement if they have these 18 plus streams. Like, hey, sign into an account that has a credit card attached to it, and then, hey, we'll just believe you're an adult. Because generally, that's a very good filter. There's only one way to go really proving anybody's age, and that's if you start requesting IDs, which I don't think any website should necessarily do. But that's where we're sitting at. So the whole point of this is the age gating isn't necessarily there. Twitch is still letting this fester
Don't tell
on,
people.
and ultimately it's a pretty bad look. The reason why this policy got reversed is individuals who are playing really fast and loose with this policy change were making the site look bad. I'm pretty sure that as soon as they implemented the artistic nudity change, there had to be some calls from advertisers like Nintendo who were like, hey, why am I seeing Pikachu next to a 12-inch fox dick? That probably got sent over to Twitch, or maybe Amazon. Or I'm pretty sure Amazon, and this is speculation, called up Twitch and said, you gotta walk that one back there, pal. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of mewing going back and forth. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the site continued to go down this road. I even made a video where I showcased literally a few days ago that there was literally birth experiences. You were literally sitting down, basically just you were sliding out of the canal, so to speak, or at least that was the experience being passed. And of course, in amongst all this was the only regular streamer that I saw. Good guy, Kit Boga, that's it. He's the only doomslayer sitting in amongst all of this nonsense. And speaking of streamers going out of their way to make fools of themselves on this entire situation, you even have Boogie2988 who decided to get banned for a few days on Twitch TV, literally to showcase his body like this. And again, I'm blocking this out completely, but to give you a great idea here, it is effectively the Peter Griffin nudity. So I don't even know why I'm adding the black bars, but that's effectively a visualization of what we're talking about. Now, at the end of the day, okay, getting banned for being full frontal naked is about as expected as you can go into. But there are other situations in streamers that also decided to take this policy pushing to the final end. And one of them was one of the most popular streamers on Twitch, Amaranth. So if you don't know Amaranth, this is her right now. Literally a couple days ago, she's using physical censor bars on Twitch streams. Now,
that's so fucking ridiculous. Again, like, on one hand, you're skirting the rules in a way that it's like rule. Do you guys ever play D&D and there's like that one motherfucker that's like, well, technically the rules allow this, right? Rules lawyers, right? It's kind of going against the spirit of the game, right? It's kind of going against the spirit of the law. It's kind of going against the spirit of what they're trying to do. They're not trying to allow there to be, you know, actual pornography on Twitch. So you're trying to make as close to pornography as you can possibly get without getting, you know, clapped off the website. It's like, this is the only thing that really bothers me about the whole situation. I don't like the fact that people pretend like this is an issue of sexism. I don't like when people play dumb. Like, what do you mean? She's not breaking the rules. Why do you think that this is pornography? If you think this is pornography, that's just like a problem with you, bro. It's like, come on. You know exactly what the issue is, right? If there was a girl that was like fully dressed, but she had really big titties, and she was like playing video games, and she had a lot of cleavage, okay, I get it. She's using her assets. All right. Assets. But that's a far cry from like stripping fucking nude, trying to give the appearance that you are fully nude, and then jumping up and down and swinging your titties all over the fucking place. Like, these are far cries. Like, at least one is still like abiding by the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. These people are like just trying to get as close to pornography so that they can milk, you know, all the fucking 15 to 25-year-olds in their chat for fucking OnlyFans money. And if you want to do that, that's fine. But the problem is that there are so many different avenues for you to advertise that. You know, Twitter exists, right? You have your own Discord. Hey, Discord exists, right? You can paywall that off or whatever, however the fuck you want to do it. Like, I really don't have a problem if you're going to be an OnlyFan creator and a streamer and you're going to, you know, be a hot girl with lots of cleavage playing a video game. But when you're doing this, we know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. Don't pretend, right? Don't pretend like you're like standing up to power with a fucking fist in the air, you know, gonna overthrow the system because you're putting, you know, black construction paper over your titties. You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything special. Yeah. I mean, I guess I can respect the grind in a certain way because the grind. Sorry. I can respect the grind insofar as like, hey, you know what? Until they explicitly ban this, I'm going to get my motherfucking bag off of this. I'm going to get my fucking bag off of this. I'm going to get I'm going to get all the simps to fucking flood me with dollar bills, you know? I'm fine with that. DGen meme about Twitch rules. You really are the most degenerate fucking person in chat, Gas. I want you to fucking know that. Every single time you link me something, every single time you fucking link me something with a VTuber in it, I lose so much fucking respect. We've gone past the floor. We're now in the basement. I don't know how much further we can go. But let's see if we go past the straight past the basement and into hell here.
Welcome! Tecton destroyed the Twitch meta last night, bro. I know it was hilarious. Should we do one of those streams too? Oh my god, the black bar could just be the entire tale. That'd be so funny. Wait, we can do that. Now we cooking. Now we cooking. It's like in those animes. In those animated, you know what? The horizontal sensor that censors nothing. It censors some of the fins. Yeah, they always censor it like this. Wait.
Yeah, you're a degenerate piece of shit, and I hope that you go to rehab.
I distinctly remember Amaranth in the past actually talking about how she was effectively coerced into this situation by an abusive ex-partner of her. And before we get into it, abuse is an incredibly serious topic. So again, if you are abused, make sure to call a domestic abuse helpline or something, or contact the police, or do anything you can.
Thanks for the bare minimum there, Mutahar.
That said, I felt like it was my duty to mention that at least. If you're still watching this video and you're in a shitty situation, stop watching the video, seek help. Anyways, this is her clip. I'm going to have XQC on the bottom
Get some
left
help.
because honestly it's the only clip that I could find, and I actually appreciate Felix's input in this entire thing.
Like, I'm positive about the future. Like, I'm happy about it. That I'm free. It's just it's still a lot.
Now, I don't want to dunk on someone who might be the victim of abuse. This is a genuine question. Was there not like something, like, did she not go back to the dude like immediately and it turned out that it was all just like an attention grab, or were those just like coping losers on Twitter? I honestly have no fucking clue because I do not care about these people in the fucking slightest, you know. But in terms of like this, right? If she's like, you know, 6 months ago, oh, my husband / boyfriend / fiance, whatever he is, beats me and forces me to do sex work. He's like Andrew Tate for real. But then, you know, a couple months later, she's like doing the exact same thing, and she's with the same dude. Like, did she not get away, or was it actually just like a ploy for money? Or it's weird that she's complaining he's forcing her to do this and yet continues to do this. My understanding was that she said that she is fine with doing it sometimes, but she wants to wear like normal clothes sometimes. I don't watch her stream, so I don't know if she actually went through with it.
And I don't have to wear cleavage every day. I can wear clothes.
That's so crazy, though.
I agree, XQC. That is crazy. And again, looking into her one response from January 11th of 2023, the most ignorant take I run into is people say, lol, you didn't change your content, you liar! Scumbag liar! I directly employ close to 20 people. Oh, Jesus. Not the 20 people again. I indirectly services, editing, etc. Pay work with another 9 on top of that. I would be selfish and irresponsible to do a 180 at a moment's notice. Obviously, she can't dress like a nun. This is paying the bills for a lot of people. So she gave 60 days notice to my lewd content staff, letting them know they could find other employment, but that their positions would be locked in for 2 months. Now, it's currently December of 2023, a few weeks left of the year, actually. And Amaranth is still up here, you know, by her own accord, by her own business acumen, putting up the physical censor bars. Again, proving that maybe this whole situation really had more of her input than we were led on to believe. And again, I'm just saying it because it is what it is. So the reality of this situation, too, that kind of wilds me is I feel like for the moral centers of Twitch TV, they were very, very okay with the idea of prohibiting unsafe slots, roulettes, and dice gambling websites. This is a policy that changed back in October 2022 when sites that were engaged in crypto gambling were basically banned off of Twitch. That's not to say gambling isn't allowed on Twitch. It is. Crypto gambling is not. See, the thing with gambling is it does a lot of age gating. And I hate to sound like somebody that's like, oh, let's think of the children in this situation. I feel like you should be allowed to do whatever you want.
Yeah, it's a little cringe when you put it that way. But like, actually though, you probably shouldn't be putting like letting kids into situations that could scar them mentally and like make them like more curious to do like more dangerous sexual things, which is something that I've heard happens with people who are who get into porn at like younger and younger ages. So yeah, I mean,
generally when you're under the age of 18, there are gates put in place to prevent people from rather egregiously financially dangerous vices. One of those vices is gambling. See, when you go to a real casino, you literally get carded. You are not allowed to go in under the age of 18. There are very strict rules there. I've never heard of a Las Vegas casino ever allowing anybody under the age of 18 to start gambling in their places. That is a very big no-no. Would they be okay with children gambling? Absolutely. It's more money in their pocket. But obviously, there are rules that we put in place to prevent people from getting started that early. Now, what Twitch did was they decided they're going to tighten rules.
Okay, 1 second. So we could get... Okay, so Swablu only turns into something that's a B tier. That would be a good get. C dot is C tier, so we're not super, or Nuzleaf, whatever he turns into. Ludicolo is B tier. Well, there's the Viper. Where the fuck is Zangoose? Zangoose. Is he not even on here? He's not even worth taking? Wait, am I losing my fucking mind? Am I blind, everyone? Do y'all see fucking Zangoose on here? Bro, he's not even on here. He's not even good enough to make it onto the tier list. Okay.
To prohibit any streaming of listed sites that contain slots, roulettes, dice games that are unlicensed in the US. And the reason they did that is because they don't offer those same consumer protections I talked about, those waiting periods, those deposit limits, the age verification systems. What Twitch is doing right now is basically just showing softcore pornography.
True. Leave it to idiots who don't understand the underlying logic. If you want to be a family-friendly site, then you need to allow only family-friendly content. Notice how no actual porn star or sex worker is complaining about this, Sondsol. I mean, this site has actual porn stars that you can find getting a literal black man gangbang piss orgy, and Twitch has no issue with them. Yeah, I mean, like, you could also... like, there are people who are actual, like, big porn stars that stream on Twitch, and I don't see them leading the charge for this sort of content to be out there and available. It's always people that are up and coming for breaking the rules, people that have been up and coming because they break the rules, and constantly try and like get as close to the edge as Twitch will possibly let them. That's who you see like defending these rules or trying to, you know, skirt the rules like that. Xander Hall is refusing to take the L. Wrong window. Apology stream from Xander Hall. Let's just go ahead and let's just 5 p.m. Bro, that's so long.
And basically creating a cam website for ages 13 and above. And again, there is no proper age gating. It's not as if an 18+ stream has a blurred thumbnail, or it prevents an unsigned in account from using it. Even with YouTube, when there are age-restricted videos, you cannot watch them unless you're signed into the platform. I mean, seriously, give it a try. Go watch any age-restricted video without a signed-in account, incognito tab. They won't even let you watch the video. They blur the thumbnail. You go to these streams, you're signed in, you can use any attached credit card or payment system to start paying for these streams, or going to their saucier links in their Linktree pinned comments.
This is like the bare minimum that I would expect Twitch to do, is to actually require someone to sub to someone who is 18 plus viewership. I mean, that would affect me on Twitch, right? Because I talk about political topics. I say a lot of curse words. It tells me that I have to use the 18 plus thing. So yeah, that's, yeah, I would be fine with that. If the only people that were able to watch me were fucking subs and had to pay me to watch me, all you freeloaders would be fucked. But yeah, I feel like that's like the bare minimum that they could do. But you just click through it. Even on an incognito browser, even not logged in, you can just look at it.
But the thing about all of this too is, like, obviously I feel that there may be a bit of a, I guess you could say a predatory approach to this kind of content too. I feel like for a lot of the men and women who are doing these thirsty streams, so to speak, are obviously catering to a demographic of individuals that are incredibly lonely, people that are more willing to part with their money, especially for, I guess you could say, internet companionship. It's the best way that I can put it. Now, to understand, if you're over the age of 18 and you're paying for this kind of stuff, I literally don't see a difference between what is happening on Twitch versus a strip club. But when you involve individuals under the age of 18 and you're already getting them started on this, that is the only problem. There are age gates and restrictions we put in place to protect everyone around. I think being morally fucking like righteous about getting rid of gambling is great if we apply that same level of moral righteousness across any vice. But that said, though, Twitch is making its decisions, and I don't think they're really good ones at the end of the day. This is probably one of the biggest backfires, in my opinion, for Twitch.
Name it.
And honestly, I don't know how they didn't expect it. Almost every site's
Yo, Tron, perfect point. Even if it costs 1 penny to verify your age with a credit card, there has to be like something there to block kids from seeing softcore pornography. I'm sorry, there does. I'm a very, very socially liberal person. All right, I'm I'm a feminist. Okay, I'm pro-trans. I support the current thing. I'm all for social progressivism. But like, you also have to think about adult things and kid things. Some things are for kids. Some things are only for adults. Some things are only for adults. Twitch should not get rid of gambling. This is total BS. Okay, I don't know enough about that to push back on that. I think there should be no free porn, even if a website charges 0.001 of a penny per hour. Like anything, you know. But yeah,
creators kind of toe the line when it comes to how much they can push that, you know, terms of service. You know, when it comes to YouTube, we have a TOS here too. And when we produce content, the demonetization is a great, like, I guess you could say corraller. Generally, when you upload something close to the edge of TOS, you get a yellow dollar.
What if I don't want to give my, what if I don't want to give my credit card information? Use your imagination, bro. Use your imagination. It's not that hard. Get a girlfriend. Have sex for real. All right? Like, I don't know if I necessarily agree with all porn, like no free porn. Even if, I'm not sure if I 100% agree with that. But like, if it's on a website that you would expect kids to be on, then I do agree with it 100%.
Telling you, hey, you might want to curtail this back to normal. You can upload it, but remember, you are kind of playing into that side of the content that we don't really promote, nor we monetize. But Twitch really doesn't have any safeguards or corrallers like that either. So generally the audience, for better or for worse here, or the creators, will play so close to the TOS that, yeah, they gain all the notoriety, but it just makes the site look dumb to the general person outside. Now, I've seen people make comparisons between Twitch and like Twitter, for instance, and saying that like Twitter also allows lewd material interspersed with pretty much safe for work material as well too. And I don't really get the whataboutism. I think that Twitter is also just as bad. I think any social media platform that has this policy where they intermix, minors and adults together, they probably should have at least amazing age gates if you choose to intermix NSFW content and safe for work content as well. One thing that I can agree with on YouTube in regards to this is generally NSFW content, even if it is allowed on YouTube or, most other platforms, there is severe age restrictions in play so that, yes, it does hurt discoverability, but it properly locks off that content to people that YouTube is, again, doing their due diligence to verify if they're over 18. It's not like they tell you, yeah, this video is definitely for adult audiences. Please click here and continue ahead. And again, Twitch could do the bare minimum, but they choose not to. And in fact, if anything, they just continue to harm themselves in the public anyways. And that's generally what this situation has come down to. We can laugh at it all we want, but I'm actually a little worried for my fellow Twitch friends who literally this is their bread and butter. This is their primary source of income. I feel like this is Twitch literally begging for like an adpocalypse or, actually cutting ties with some pretty serious brands, which again, they don't have to. They can choose to play this in an intelligent manner. Again, I have no issue with this kind of content being around on the internet. I just think when you have minors and adults intermixing, maybe you should do your due diligence to properly separate the SFW from the NSFW. If I sat down another person that had no idea about live streaming culture and I showed them Twitch TV and I showed them these recommended streams in the just chatting section, they would think that they're on a porn website, or at least close to one. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to know what you think. This is me, Mutahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. Check out sour.gg.
Don't care. Okay, can someone explain to me, like, what happened? What happened on her last video that we started watching? That would require a response, dude. I mean, we'll watch a little bit of it, I guess. Have you watched Scott Pilgrim Takes Off in Netflix? An adaptation to the movie. You might enjoy it. Sure. I haven't watched it, but I might watch it. Okay. Really quick, while we're waiting for that, Xander Hall is going to go live at 5. Come and clean out Keffals. Oh, I saw the movie a long fucking time ago. Oh, this is the one that's fucking 40 minutes long now. Not right now.
Welcome back to Uncensored. Douglas Murray and Cenk Uygur are on bitterly opposing sides of a debate on Israel's war in Gaza. Millions have watched them passionately articulate their cases on this show, but never together. So tonight, on our final show of the year, we've invited these two big brains to debate the big outstanding questions on this conflict. How does the war end? Will Israel face repercussions for the scale of its response to October the 7th? Has it committed war crimes? What is the future, if any, for Hamas, for Gaza, and for the prospects of a true Palestinian state? Most importantly,
she's going to bring up past trauma again and then somehow tie out it all together without ever saying what the point is, in my personal prediction. It's probably going to be somewhere along those lines. I don't expect it to be something that we watch for very long, because there was nothing. There was nothing in that video that we watched earlier. I have no fucking clue. I have no fucking clue what she could even say.
How do we get to peace? Well, I'm now joined by the author of The War on the West, Douglas Murray, and by Young Turk's founder, Democratic presidential challenger, Cenk Uygur. Welcome to both of you. So I've interviewed you both a lot in this war, but not together. And Cenk, I know you felt the other night when you were debating other people, it didn't really get into a debate, and I think that's fair enough. And what I'd like to today really is to be almost a referee, if you like, between you two to articulate your views and to see if we can reach any points of consensus. So in that spirit, let me start with you, Douglas. I think you're back in Israel. Is that right?
Yes, I'm in Israel tonight, yeah.
Today it was a sea of other stories have come out in the last few days, which have been concerning, I think. For anyone who, like me, believes that Israel has not just a moral duty to defend itself, but has a fundamental right to do so after what happened on October the 7th. And I said that clearly from the start. It's always been, for me, the issue of proportionality. And it seems that in the last few days, there have been a number of incidents which really question whether
you watched,
Israel is being...
I'm sorry. You watched the burning down bread tube video? That was 8 hours long. No fucking shot. Am I ever going to watch that video? 8 hours. That's how long is the entire extended edition, like Lord of the Rings trilogy? Okay. 3 hours, 3.5 hours, 3 hours. It's almost as long as all 3 Lord of the Rings extended editions put together. That's fucking crazy.
Precise as it says it is, or indiscriminate. And I would cite the killing of the 3 hostages.
I'm Hippie Godzilla. Didn't you watch some of that live? I don't think I did.
Cite the killing of the 2 women outside the Catholic Church. I would cite the President of the United States saying that they're using indiscriminate bombing, and so on. Do you, Douglas, notwithstanding your full throttle support of Israel, does anything that's been happening make you think Israel needs to execute this war differently?
No, and I think that most of the people who think they know how to execute this war have never executed a war. Indeed, most people who think they know how the IDF should be running this conflict have never been near a conflict. I'm in Israel tonight. I was in Gaza again yesterday. And the examples that you give, by the way, Piers, I don't see why they show any need to prosecute the war itself differently. I mean, just to take one of them, the first example you give, the absolutely tragic, awful shooting of these 3 hostages as they were coming out. But, you know, some of the spin that's been put on that in the world, apart from the glee, of course, that Israel's enemies can't help expressing, some of the spin on that is almost as if it shows the IDF is sort of so brutal that it even kills Hamas hostages who are Israeli. I just think this is another example of the international media and others just having this astounding lack of empathy for the Israeli people. Can you imagine what it was like?
I do agree that there at the very beginning there was a lot of empathy for the Israelis, and then after that there was a lot of sympathy for the Palestinians. But people didn't hold on to that empathy for the people of Israel. They didn't. And that's a problem because they were also victimized by a fucking terrorist group. All right. Now, there's plenty of criticisms to fly around at the Israelis. We don't have to look at all the pictures of Gaza to understand that, right? But like, bro, everyone, all the people in charge in this situation kind of suck, with the exception of like Biden and maybe the I can't remember what the name of the current Egyptian prime minister or president is, but like he's also been seemingly like trying to get towards some sort of peace that is actually reasonable, but nobody's wanting to take it. One of the funny things is, by the way, over the break there was a ceasefire that was offered to Hamas, and they didn't take it. And oh my God, the left online was not prepared for Hamas to not take a ceasefire. Okay, all the Hamas defenders were not prepared for these motherfuckers to say, no, we're going to keep on fighting and we're going to die and we're going to take all of the civilians down with us. They weren't ready for that statement. So the complete lack of a coherent counter narrative to, hey, Hamas just wants to fucking stay there and die with everyone, dude. They just didn't have it. It's so fucking funny to me.
For those soldiers who were in Gaza, knowing that at any point there were snipers, there are booby traps everywhere, people coming out of tunnels that they've built at British and American taxpayer expenses and attacking them. Can you imagine what it was like for the soldiers who, in that terrible moment, made the life-changing mistake of shooting 3 people who turned out to be Hamas hostages?
But why would they? But Douglas, on that, why would they shoot anyone who was shirtless and waving an SOS flag? I mean, why would whoever they were, whether they were Israeli hostages or whether they thought they were Palestinians, why would anyone shoot anyone who comes out like that? That's my point.
That'll be a matter for the inquiry into it. But you know, look,
that's
it's
a
hardly
responsible
as if
answer.
They'd have wanted to have done that. What this demonstrates is, in this incredibly close conflict in a heavily built-up area, with people coming out from all sides, firing, shooting, detonating, people make mistakes. Of course they do. That's just a human reality of war, horrible as it is. I don't think it shows in any way that Israel is prosecuting this war wrongly. As for the main issue of the war is to destroy Hamas. No Israeli of left or right or center believes anymore after October the 7th that they can live beside Hamas. Hamas has been given the statelet of Gaza. It was given it in 2006, voted in, then killed their fellow Palestinians in a coup, killed Fatah rivals, and they've run the Gaza for almost 18 years now. And they've produced a new generation of people whose main aim in life, it seems, according to their textbooks and their classes, is to regard Jews as enemies who should be killed. This is just an unbelievable waste, a waste of life on every side. But apart from anything else, a waste of those Palestinian lives, of children who grew up under Hamas's rule, if you can call it that, who have been indoctrinated into becoming sociopaths by a psychopathic terror organization, Hamas.
All right, Cenk, you've been listening to that. Is there anything that Douglas said that you agree with?
No, nothing.
Not even about the way Hamas has presided over Gaza in the last 18 years?
Yeah. So that's a weapon of mass distraction.
There are several things in there that he said that were not conjecture, were not opinion. They were statements of fact. So do you disagree with those too, bro?
It's Israel doing genocide on the Palestinians right now. And
man, we need to eradicate the word genocide from the global lexicon, and you will be shot on sight if you utter that word and you don't have a history degree. No, not even a history degree. You have to be like part of like the UN to utter the word genocide, and that should be a global rule. Holy fuck. Nobody knows what genocide is. I cannot find a definition of genocide that fits with what's going on in Gaza. Just use the actual words that would describe it. Just use the actual words that would describe it. You know, the mass killing of civilians, whether intentional or unintentional. What's the word? Reckless disregard with where you plant your fucking, missiles in the ground. Like, bro, there's just like better words to use here. I just don't understand, because it's just like culturally genocide, true, 100%. I paused there for a second because I was going to say we need to eradicate the word genocide from our language, and then I stopped on eradicate, and I realized I stopped on eradicate, and I had to like reset my whole fucking statement in my head. Douglas ignoring why Israel left to him because Israel was nice. Yeah, true. Didn't you know the Nazis went after Jews outside Germany? The ones inside Germany were left alone. Yeah, true. Debate Casey on if it's genocide. Is that what this guy's name is? Casey something?
Of children who grew up under Hamas's rule, if you can call it that, who have been killed. Look, it's soldier empathy for messages
like the killing
Douglas Murray. So who is Casey?
By a psychopathic terror organization, Hamas.
All right, Cenk, you've been listening to that.
I don't think I even know who Casey is.
Agree with?
No, nothing.
Not even about the way Hamas has presided over Gaza in the last 18 years.
Yeah. So that's a weapon of mass distraction. It's Israel doing genocide on the Palestinians right now. And there's IDF soldiers singing and in video that the IDF has confirmed about how they're going to wipe out the seed of Amalek. That is a verse in the old Hebrew Bible that talks about exterminating Amalek. So they're talking about genocide against Palestinians. Benjamin Netanyahu has also talked about wiping out Amalek. These are open calls for genocide. What I find stunning, Douglas mentioned stunning lack of empathy. There's 20,000 dead people in Palestine right now in Gaza.
I've never heard of this person.
Are children. When 36 Israeli children were killed by Hamas, the world cried out, and I was brokenhearted over it. 36 poor kids.
Because they were executed, because they had the option to not kill children, and they killed the children. The children were targeted because they were Israeli. That is why everyone was like, Jesus, they killed children. Now people are also saying, Jesus, they killed children in regard to Hamas. Or I'm sorry, in regards to Israel, but it's slightly different because Israel's not going in there and putting a bullet in between every fucking Palestinian child's fucking eyes. Oh, I'm stupid. Fuck.
Kids dead in Israel. Now there's over 8,000 dead kids in Gaza. You want to talk about a stunning lack of empathy. 6,400 women slaughtered in Gaza. You want to talk about terrorism? They're dropping unguided bombs, 2,000-pound bombs. Every one of those bombs is an act of terrorism. And the stunning lack of empathy towards Palestinian lives is disgusting.
It was a terrorist attack on Israel because this is Jink's position. It is a genocide, or not a genocide. It is a what do you call it? A terrorist attack. You know, when Hamas goes into Israel, but if Israel responds, it's also a terrorist attack. Every single time a bomb drops. This is so fucking stupid. So like, how is Israel supposed to respond to? How is Israel supposed to respond to the terrorist attack if they're not allowed to respond with fucking missiles or bombs or troops or whatever? Yeah, they're supposed to lay down and die, it seems. It seems like that's the only option that's left to them in lefties' minds. Like, okay, well, you guys did, like, bad things to some people. So, like, yeah, you guys should just be pushed into the sea, Jew. Like...
But I want to be clear. It is not shared by all Israelis. The dad of one of the hostages who was killed went on Israeli television and said, stop killing them. And he didn't mean the hostages. He meant the Palestinians.
All right, but Jake, let me just jump in. But before I go back to Douglas' response to this.
Let me reply to that, Piers.
Yeah, I will let you reply to that. On this issue of genocide, do you accept, though, that Hamas's whole raison d'etre when it comes to Israel is genocide? They want to eradicate Israel and kill as many Jews as they can. I mean, they've made no secret of this.
Yeah, so this is really important. So I have no sympathy for Hamas. So I'm not interested in defending Hamas. I think that's nothing but a distraction. Because right now they're not fighting Hamas. They're just killing Palestinian civilians.
Well, they're also killing Hamas terrorists. They are. I mean, they're killing thousands of them.
Barely. No, wait a minute. Barely.
No, because I don't think that we have that much to talk
about
on it.
The main point is, well, Hamas threatens X, Y, and Z and has killed 1,200 people on October 7th. So that is why we have to all worry about what Hamas might do in regards to trying to... Hold on, let me finish the point. Let me finish the point. At what they might do if they had infinite power, the kind of power that Israel has. Meanwhile, Israel is actually doing the genocide, is actually preventing a Palestinian state and saying you are not allowed to exist, and if you dare try to exist, we'll kill 20,000 of your children and women.
All right, Douglas, respond to that.
And wait, I need to hear that again.
Is actually preventing a Palestinian state.
No, if you have something like interesting to argue with me about, but this isn't something that we're going to have a lot of stuff in common, and then I'm going to have to like take the cucked, yes, both sides bad position, because you're going to be like an extremist Israeli point of view on this. I think that's boring. Okay, let me see what Jinx says here.
Let me finish the point. At what they might do if they had infinite power, the kind of power that Israel has. Meanwhile, Israel is actually doing the genocide, is actually preventing a Palestinian state and saying you are not allowed to exist, and if you dare try to exist, we'll kill 20,000 of your children and women.
All right.
Was Hamas doing the October 7th attack them daring to exist? Is that what it was? Because I don't think it was.
Douglas, respond to that.
Several things. First of all, anyone who uses the term genocide in this context simply...
I would like to still debate you on whether the far right or the center is the best way to defeat illiberalism if you're down for that eventually. Yeah, we can do that. Maybe later today if I feel like I can do a debate without my Vyvanse.
He doesn't know what they're talking about, or he's a malevolent actor. I don't know if Mr. Uyghur's traveled at all in his life, how far he's traveled, how many conflicts he's seen, but I'd have guessed none. And you clearly know nothing about this particular conflict, and you've obviously seen none of it. The genocide that you describe is such a smear and a libel against the Jewish state. If Israel wanted to commit genocide, I'm sure it could, but it doesn't. It doesn't remotely want to. And people like you and other pro-Palestinian propagandists have spent years claiming that Israel is committing genocide in the Gaza. By the way, the weirdest thing about this claim is that the population of the Gaza has grown by 1 million in the last 15 or so years. So if Israel was trying to carry out a genocide, it's either the worst perpetrator of genocide ever or uniquely poor at performing that task. None of the stats support that ridiculous claim. It's such a weird smear and a libel of Israel. Secondly, of course, you've just rattled off Hamas figures, as every one of your kind always does. Thirdly, you said that the world cried. You said the people like you who cover for the Palestinian extremists. Thirdly, you said that the world cried out for the 36 Israeli dead children. No, they didn't, and you know that very well. You know that very well. If you put up a poster to a missing dog in any Western city, that poster stays up. In city after city in America, posters of abducted Jewish children, including a 10-month-old baby, were put up and were ripped down by people who have been indoctrinated into hate of Jews. Nobody would rip down the poster of a missing dog, but from Dublin to Berkeley, they ripped down posters of abducted Jewish children. So no, I don't think there was
Douglas,
very
let me
much
put this
care
to you.
for that
Let me
around
put
the
this to you,
world.
Douglas.
Let me make two other very quick points. Firstly, you said what Hamas might do, as if it was some kind of hypothetical. Hamas showed what they do, what they want to do. It showed it on October the 7th, and its leadership, as I'm sure you very well know, said that they would like to repeat that again and again until they have got rid of every Jew. So I don't know. I would trust Hamas's word on that rather than your interpretation of what you think they mean when they say that, and your generous interpretation of what you think that means. And finally, as for preventing a Palestinian state, it is nonsense that the Israelis have prevented a Palestinian state. They gave the Gazans a Palestinian state in 2005. They gave them a Palestinian state in 2005
Okay, this is
when every
stupid.
Jewish person was ripped from their homes in the Gaza by IDF soldiers. And the
This is super stupid. They, if they had their own state, they wouldn't. Number one, they would be able to like be represented at the UN, right? They would have like an actual, an actual full-on government that isn't a terrorist organization. This is super fucking stupid. They pulled out and they ended the occupation, but they never accepted it. They don't recognize it as another nation. Nobody else recognizes the Gaza Strip as another nation. It's not a nation. It is a territory that is blockaded to fuck by Israel. Some ways for good reason, some ways not for good reason.
Palestinian people were given a state. And what did they do? They voted in Hamas, who then killed their fellow Palestinians, never had another election, and used all the billions of dollars.
No black mass, because there's also Egyptians. There's also people from like all over the Middle East that go and join Hamas. So
taxpayer funds from the US, UK, and Europe to build terror tunnels and to enrich themselves so they could live the life of luxury in Qatar. Again and again, the reason there is not a Palestinian state is because the Palestinian leadership doesn't want one.
Okay, Douglas,
didn't want one in 1947, it preferred war, and it doesn't want one now.
Douglas, let me put one point to you raised by Queen Rania of Jordan in a new piece for, I think it was the Washington Post. In just over 2 months, she said Israel's turned Gaza into a hellscape. At least 8,000 children have died, more than the death tolls of Pearl Harbor, September the 11th, and Hurricane Katrina combined. These are gigantic and horrendous numbers of children being killed. Do you not have any qualms about the number of children being killed? I mean, does it not suggest that Israel?
I want to hear Queen Rania talking about this as much as I want to hear Queen Camilla or Meghan Markle. I mean, it's pathetic. Queen Rania is holding on to her own position in Jordan. The only piece of advice she has for anyone is how to marry a king. Queen Rania herself is just playing a very nasty political game. If she cared at all, and I would pose this to all the states in the region, if Jordan cared at all for the Palestinian people, they would take them in. They would take them in. They don't want them. If the Egyptians wanted them, they'd take them in, but they don't. Do you know why? Because every country that takes in the Palestinians gets terror. It happened in Egypt, it happened in Jordan, it happened in Syria, it happened in Lebanon, it happened in Tunisia, on and on. That's why these people don't really care about their fellow Muslims. They just care about hating Jews.
All right, Cenk, your response.
Yeah, so you asked if he cared about 8,000 dead babies, and his answer was no. Queen Rania bothers me. So complete non-answer because he doesn't care. He doesn't think the Palestinians' lives are worth anything. He just called them all
Well,
terrorists.
it's nice you can put that
and this is what they always do.
There you go.
So hold on. I let you talk for a long time. So why don't you shut up for a second?
Oh my God, he's so mad.
We've got all of these dead babies. We've got all of these dead babies that this monster doesn't care about. He says keep bombing them. A former intelligence officer said in the Israeli press they're using AI in a program called The Gospel, where he said it's basically a mass assassination factory. And we could all see it with our own eyes. And you can do all the propaganda you want. No one believes your nonsense. We see all the dead women. We see all the dead children. Now Israel has killed 20 times the number of civilians that Hamas killed. So would I want Hamas in charge of Israel? Never, never. I don't trust them, and I don't believe that they would be benign. So all of this propaganda about, people don't mind Hamas. No, we mind Hamas. We terribly what happened on October 7th. And I'm now showing you different Israelis that have said that it's a problem, and I want peace and security for both Israel and Palestine, and this does not get Israel any peace or security. But when you...
I mean, does it? It could go either way, but like the idea that I don't even know what his alternative is. I just don't know what his he hasn't even laid out an alternative.
You ask the other side, do you mind tens of thousands of civilians that have been murdered, incinerated alive, body parts?
This is seemingly all of the problems that I have with the Israel-Palestine conversation in a nutshell. There's one person that's like, well, yeah, there have been a lot of people that have been killed by Israel. Yeah, of course there have. All right. That's because we're killing terrorists. And then the other side, and they're leaving out all of the shit that okay, well, how many of the people were, civilians, and how many of them how many of them were civilians and how many of them were, just the terrorists? How many were civilian, how many terrorists? They don't want to fucking talk about that. And then on the other side, you have people, and just to be clear, that is like, it makes you seem super fucking cold, stone-hearted, evil, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, if you have that position, right? On the other side, the Palestinians are getting fucked, and there isn't an overwhelming support amongst. I think Gaza has a lower opinion of Hamas than the West Bank does, right? Gaza isn't a democracy. They don't get to choose when they go to war, right? They're not going to vote for representatives that choose that or anything for them. It's just, one of those things where everyone kind of fucking sucks in this situation except for the civilians, right? The IDF is less bad than Hamas, in my opinion, because they actually have, standards that they have to be held to, and if they're not, then they're going to get in trouble. Now, you might say that they don't get in enough trouble, or not enough of them get in trouble for doing bad things. Okay, that's a legitimate criticism. Is it a legitimate criticism of the state of Israel? Sure. Is it a legitimate criticism of all people who live in Israel to say that they're all complicit in a genocide and that they should be pushed into the sea, or that they're all colonizers, so there are no civilians in Israel? No, absolutely not. You're fucking insane. You're actually a sociopathic terrorist supporter, and you need to be stopped. You should be put into a deep dark hole in the deepest darkest prison in the nastiest fucking climate in the entire fucking world, never to be seen from or heard from again, not to your family. Nobody knows if you're alive or dead, but you are alive, just in pure pitch blackness, being beat every single fucking day. Shut the fuck up. All right, I hate those people more than I hate the pro-Israeli people. All right, because you're literally advocating for wanton aggression against civilians. You should be stopped from ever speaking your mind in public again. Your mouth should be sewn shut, and you should be flogged in the middle of the street after your eyes have been gouged out. Shut the fuck up. There is no excuse ever for any kind of terrorist activity. Okay, especially against civilians that are not complicit in the deaths outside of 3 or 4 degrees of separation. Okay. Cenk would be scolding the Allies for invading Germany. One second, let's see what this is. Palestinians deserve to starve, according to Hamas leader Massa Abu Marzouk. The aid that comes to Gaza must be distributed to the resistance fighters, and what remains distributed to the people. The attempt of some citizens to seize aid, as happened today in Rafah, will be fought with all force, and the people must offer what is expensive and what is cheap for the sake of the resistance, not steal the food of the resistance. Yeah, this guy should be put into that prison that I just referenced. His mouth sewn shut, his eyes gouged out, flogged, embarrassed in front of the entire fucking world, and then put into some deep, dark hole in a deep, dark prison in a deep, dark, like, shithole country that no one will ever find him, only for him to be tortured every single fucking day. I do not have any fucking sympathy for people who will justify the deaths of civilians. They are actually subhuman pieces of shit. That being said, Black Mask is like 1 degree of separation or less from that position on the other side of things, where he does not see the humanity in the like Palestinian civilians, and they should all just be like fucking wiped off the earth. And that's why I don't want to talk about Israel-Palestine with him, because it's fucking disgusting, and I do not see you as a human being if you can hold these positions, like, truthfully in your head or in your heart. You're just like literally a subhuman piece of shit. You do not deserve any moral consideration. You are simply an object for other people to, you know, do what they will with. Sorry, I went off on a bit of a tangent there. But the big problem that I have with everything is people understand their side fully. They understand, like, if you're like pro-Israel, you 1,000,000% sympathize with all of the struggles of the IDF and all of the, like, extreme amounts of, you know, pressure put on Israel to never do anything bad, but none of the other people who do bad things ever get called out. You know, the IDF is under a lot of pressure to kill only Hamas terrorists, but the Hamas terrorists are hiding as civilians all over the place, so you're necessarily going to have some civilian casualties. Like, yeah, you're going to fully understand that, but you don't care to understand the other side of the issue, why Palestinians might be a little bit fucking upset over the fact that you're, you know, blowing up the entire city of Gaza. On the other hand, when you're fucking spouting off about how based October 7th was, you're not recognizing the humanity of, like, the average fucking civilian in Israel. You also are subhuman trash. You're sitting there like, oh, well, Palestinians have it super bad, and Israel's doing a blockade, and you know, people are just going to fight, and this is what you should expect when you push down the workers and you push down people and you subjugate them, and you're gonna get fucking terrorist attacked, and that's why these people are just resistance fighters and not terrorists, and you should kill yourself right now. You don't recognize anyone else's humanity. You only care about your perspective on the issue. You will never see and never understand the entirety of the scope of this issue if you only look at one side of it, right? I have this problem when I talk to my family, right? My family are very much, they're like Cenk. They do not support the January 6th, the October 7th attacks, right? But they are huge bleeding heart liberals, and when they see children getting pulled out of buildings, it's like, okay, well, Israel needs to stop bombing immediately. They don't know what they're doing. They're not killing Hamas. They're just wanting to do a genocide in Palestine. And I can't have a conversation with them on this because it's all feels, no reals, all just seeing it from the one perspective, but not wanting to, devote any time to understanding the other side of the conflict. It's just so fucking aggravating. And this entire debate feels like is just going to be that the entire time. So my family are libcocks? Oh, very much. they're hardcore liberals? Why do you think I am the king of the liberals?
Picked out of rubble, little babies killed over and over again. In what is even the Israeli prime minister is referring to as Amalek, meaning an extermination of the Palestinian people. And I must clarify the difference between a genocide and a Holocaust. A genocide is when you target a specific people and kill.
A Holocaust is a singular event in history. A genocide is what that event was. So they are not interchangeable, but they are both genocide.
A lot of civilians. Srebrenica, where 6,000 people were killed, was considered a genocide. So it doesn't mean you try to murder every single person in that
let me ask
race.
you.
That is a Holocaust.
Okay, wait, one second. Before I go to Douglas, Cenk, one question. You want to get rid of Hamas too, as does Douglas, as do I. If you don't do it the way that Israel is currently doing it, given that they live amongst the population, how else do you do it?
Yeah, there's an excellent way to do it, and there's the right way to do it. So let me explain. So war, this guy talks about, oh, I love war. I go to all the conflict zones.
This is why how much money do we want to put down right now? Cenk is going to say, send in the special forces.
So by watching it and rooting on for more death, I know something about conflict. You know nothing. So here's what reality is. War gets you more war, but peace actually works. So when Israel did a peace deal with Egypt, not only were the Egyptians safe, but the Israelis became safer. That peace deal has held for decade after decade.
That's because Egypt was willing to come to the table. The leaders of the PA, like all of the Palestinian leaders over the years, they don't really come to the table. Egypt came to the table, and then they got excised from the Arab League for a while. Then it was, Jordan. Then it was, am I timed out? No, you shouldn't be. I'm trying to think who else. Saudi Arabia is trying to right now, normalize relations. Like all of these other nations are able to do it, but you know who never, ever wants to come to the table on that? Never, ever wants to propose a reasonable peace deal? Fucking Palestinian Authority, fucking anybody. Doesn't seem like without and they've been presented. Now, this is where I have to add like a billion fucking qualifiers. They have had in the past reasonable demands that could have gone through, right? But then at the last second, they're like, hold on, but I don't have, full right of return for all Palestinians. So I don't know, man. There's always like one little sticking point at the end. And then post, fucking Netanyahu coming into charge, then Israel was no longer willing to come to the table with the Palestinians. Palestinians have to be the ones that come to the table. They have less power. They don't have anything to negotiate with, except for to constantly do more terror attacks and constantly sacrifice more of their civilians. That's not a fair. I'm glossing over fucking 80 years of information here, Gaz. I'm saying that there have been times where Israel did give acceptable offers, and there was almost a peace deal, but in those instances, it was always the Palestinians that walked back on it. That's what I'm trying to say. It could be most of Israel bombs are justified, or it could be a minority. We just don't know. Or it could be the 10% of them are justified. Yeah, exactly. We don't know that right now.
Decade. So how do you do a peace deal in this case? What you do is you do the two-state solution now, and you do it with a Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. And if you then have a Palestinian state, the Palestinian Authority would have the credibility to drive out Hamas from Gaza. That is a realistic.
And Israel just has to deal with Hamas in the meantime? So we're looking at another 20 years of semi-regular fucking missile strikes or possible repeats of fucking October 7th? That's fucking ridiculous.
plan for both peace, security for Israel and the Palestinians, and driving out Hamas. The idea that you're going to kill 20,000 more civilians, 200,000 more civilians in Gaza, and it's going to drive out Hamas.
Let Douglas respond to that. Let Douglas respond to that.
First of all, I mean, your other guest, I mean, I don't know what kind of a creature he is. He's a kind of low-grade thug, as far as I can see.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, I know, because I'm Muslim. That's what we call all Muslims.
I'll tell you. No, it's not that at all. It's not that at all. I just think that you're I think you're just a very low-rent racist. But anyway, let me just get on to it. You say first of all, I don't care about the death of Palestinian children. Yes, I do care. I care very deeply about it. But I also know that the responsibility for their deaths lies on Hamas, which has misgoverned their society for the last 16 years.
I think you can't put it all on Hamas, but you can put a good chunk of it on Hamas. I think that, and you know, like anyone who's like super pro-Israel well, with the exception of Black Mask, I don't think that I would get any like actual like good faith answer out of Black Mask on this. But like give me a percentage of like, from your perspective, when you look at the amount of civilian deaths, because I think we're at the point now where I'm like, okay, Israel needs to like buckle down, finish it up, right? Stop with like widespread missile barrages, and now it's time to like go for something different. You've killed a lot of fucking people over there, and I don't think the majority of them were Hamas, right? You have boots on the ground, right? If you're going to try and like destroy Hamas, now it's time to use your like fucking ground troops and go fucking door to door. If that's what you're trying to do, right? I don't know exactly what their overall mission goal is to destroy Hamas, but I don't know what the sub points under that are, right? And it feels like at this point you've killed a lot of civilians. Now you need to justify the killing of those civilians by either wrapping it up and actually beating Hamas, or you need to explain why there have been, 5-to-1 civilian to terrorist casualties. That's where I'm at right now. But I would give a lot of leeway to them on like, listen, we don't want to kill them, but like it's just like we're like attacking this like location. There were a lot of Hamas people there. They were using people as human shields. We tried to tell people to leave. We couldn't get them to leave. I could hear those, but just seems like they care about destroying infrastructure regardless of civilian casualties. Yeah, like I want to know more about like what their operational, goals are for not every strike, but you know what I mean. Like I just want to know. I need more information to like fully be like, yeah, let's fucking go Israel. Let's glass God. I need more information, because if they release like how they calculate the cost benefit analysis of every strike, and it's actually kind of reasonable, I would be like, damn, that really fucking sucks that Hamas is actually using all these people as human shields, right? Or I would flip and say, okay, yep, now I'm more pro-Palestinian. Fuck Hamas. Fuck, fuck all the terrorism. But like the civilians need like some support. But yeah, Dahia doctrine. That's not exactly what I'm talking about, Nair. I'm talking about like for this operation specifically. The ratio of civilians versus combatants in modern conflicts is 3-to-1 or 4-to-1. Oh, well, this isn't actually all that out of the norm then, is it? It's just that it happened in such a short amount of time.
And now has been leading the country into being in a war with Israel. So yes, it's on Hamas this. As for seeing wars, by the way, I just mentioned about seeing wars because as far as I can see, you're very ill-traveled as well as rather ill-lettered and ill-spoken. And I mentioned that I cover wars and go to wars because I happen to think myself that it's worth seeing things with your own eyes, including things that you don't particularly like, but you report the truth. I don't know if you ever even leave your own bedroom. And I can tell already that you don't because you've already said something that demonstrates you know nothing about this conflict. You have just demonstrated it in the following terms. You said that this is why we need to push for a two-state solution and give legitimacy to the Palestinian Authority. I'll tell you something you don't know, because I guess you spent no time in the West Bank, have you? I'll tell you something you probably don't know. The Palestinian Authority, Fatah, celebrated the 7th of October massacres. I'll give you another fact which demonstrates you know nothing about this and clearly haven't ever visited any Palestinians in the West Bank as I have. If there was an election tomorrow in the West Bank, the reason why there isn't one is because if there was an election tomorrow in the West Bank, Hamas would win. So your idea of a two-state solution, I'm afraid you are so out of date and you really should leave your bedroom.
In the West Bank, yes. In Gaza, no. Gaza is not super enthused by everything going on over there.
Because in this region, nobody thinks that there is a two-state solution on the table because there is not a viable negotiating partner. But I just want to make one other main point. You have gone on and on tonight, throwing accusations out against the Jewish state, against me. It's the sort of thing you do. I know you're a sort of online pugilist and think you can run for office, and good luck with that. But I'd just like to point out that you only really get animated if the Jews are involved. And I can tell that for the following reason. I mean, your surname's Uyghur, isn't it?
Oh my God.
1 million Uyghur Muslims in China have been put in concentration camps in the last decade. And people of your ilk never really care about that, do you? Because it's not the Jews doing it, it's the Chinese Communist Party. At the moment, 1 million people who are in Pakistan at the moment, who are your fellow Muslims and who happen to be Afghan, and I don't think you care.
Here's my thing. Like, you can be talking to someone who is like a super racist, a big racist, giga racist. You could be talking to Adolf Hitler, and it feels like no matter what you do or what you say, if you are the one that's going to bring up out of fucking, like, you know, as an argument, you're a racist, it feels like you lose that argument every time. I don't know why, but just like show that they're racist. Don't say it. Show it, don't say it. Let's remove the meteorite. Is that a hold item? One second. Oh, it's a key item. Never mind.
About them, do you? 1 million Afghans are currently being forcibly deported from Pakistan to Afghanistan. You don't care about that. You're not riled up about that. You're not riled up about what the Janjaweed are currently doing in Sudan, where thousands and thousands of people are being attacked by the Islamist militia there. You don't care about any of that. You get exercised and you rile up what little base you have of malcontents because you're riled up when the Jews do anything.
All right,
it's
Cenk.
perfectly obvious.
Okay, Cenk, your response.
Yeah. Okay, first of all, my last name is Uyghur. We're named after the Uyghur Turks in China. And have we talked about that on the Young Turks?
I thought you'd spoken up then.
Yes. Yes, we've talked about it endlessly, but you don't know that, and you don't watch the show.
Shame
you just
nobody
make
watches
things
the
up.
show.
So,
Nobody does watch your show.
Yeah, well, okay, again, you're interrupting me when I was kind enough to let you go on with your mad ramblings. So, how nobody watches the show, we have 5 billion views a year. I don't know what piddling outfit you're on, or what little Substack or whatever the hell you write on. So the reason we're incredibly popular is we fight for all. We fight for shut up. We fight for all innocent civilians. So, yes, we've covered all of those conflicts. Yes, I'm against fundamentalist Islam, no question about it. I'm against fundamentalist religions of all kind. In terms of every right-wing supporter of Israel, their only tactic is, hey, don't look at the 8,000 murdered children. Don't look at the 6,400 murdered women. Don't look at the fact that all the hospitals in northern Gaza have been shut down. Don't look at the fact that 4 out of 5 people in northern Gaza are starving right now, and half the people in southern Gaza are starving. Instead, anti-Semite, anti-Semite. Now, wait a minute. I just told you how much I want peace and security for Israel, how much I hated what happened on October 7th. What you don't know is I started the Young Turks with 2 Jewish friends. And so the whole program is both Jews and Muslims. You know nothing. You know nothing. I have Jewish family and friends. Why in the war gods, as they go to Israel, I want them to be safe, okay? So I have shown empathy for all civilians throughout everything I have ever done. But all you have is hatred. Oh, he's an anti-Semite. Kill the Muslims. Kill the Palestinians. And once we kill them, by the way, we'll blame them for it. Israel had to murder all those babies in Palestine because Hamas made us do it. Then why are you listening to Hamas? Why are you letting Hamas drive your agenda? Well, you don't have to kill those civilians. It's a mass assassination factory.
We are, 9 weeks into this war.
Jesus.
20,000 people, according to the Hamas-run health authority, but the numbers have not been questioned by other official bodies. 20,000 people so far have died on the Palestinian side. And it is estimated from the IDF that they say they've killed 7,000 or so Hamas terrorists. That number's not been verified. But if you take that as being accurate, that's 20% of the estimated number of Hamas terrorists that exist. Therefore, there's 80% still to be eliminated, which at this rate would take another 8 to 10 months and would lead to potentially several.
So just to be ultra clear, you don't have to kill every single member of Hamas. One second. Let me make sure this guy doesn't get to use fucking explosion on me. Thank God. Holy fuck. Oh, little Wang is evolving, guys. Oh, look at him. He's going to lose his cute little eyes. He's going to turn into a big, fat, ugly monster. Oh, look at him. Oh, look at him. Little Wang, now he's Big Wang. Trying to learn Protect. Yeah, let's get rid of Growl. Okay.
100,000 civilians being killed.
Wait, did I finish my sentence? Yeah, basically, you don't have to kill all of the members of Hamas to defeat Hamas. You have to kill basically anything that they can use to recreate the structure of their military, anything that they can reuse to recreate the structure of the government, and anything that can, like any infrastructure that they have, you want to be able to destroy that. So you can get away with killing, 30% of the entire force and still defeat them. How? Well, you take out anyone that knows anything, right? You take out anyone that is good at logistics. You take care of anyone that is, in charge of things, like actually in charge. Jesus fucking Christ. I was just trying to find the tab so I can click play. Holy fuck.
Killed, and pretty much all of Gaza being obliterated with nowhere for the 2 million who've been displaced to go back to. So my question for you is, if this is the game plan by Israel to finish Hamas right to the last terrorist, what is left after that? They talk about the day after the war. What does it look like? Who runs Gaza? Where do these people go back to live? In other words, what actually happens if Israel is successful, however long it takes, in eliminating Hamas?
Well, first of all, I just have to add, you quite rightly said it, Piers, that the figures you gave are Hamas figures, and we do have to treat them with more than a grain of salt. As for, again, my counterpart here goes on about the deliberate...
Well, here's the thing. The Hamas numbers are the total number of deaths, but they don't say who is and who is not they don't say who is and who isn't a terrorist in those death numbers. So they'll say, we have 25,000 dead. And then Israel has to come out and say, okay, well, we estimate that, this number is the amount of terrorists that have been killed. Israel isn't taking the death numbers with a grain of salt necessarily. They're, in a way, corroborating it. Destiny, you gonna start hating conservatives again after January 6 debates? Yes, I also want to get into some January 6 debates, but I need to do a lot of reading.
Genocide of children and women. I mean, I know, and this is the sort of thing I think you do. You sort of claim that there are bombs being deliberately dropped on children and old women. Why would Israel want to drop bombs deliberately on children or old women? I mean, it's just a shame you don't get out and see anything. The Israelis do an incredibly
He's just trying to trigger
before bombings to try to make
Jank
sure
at
that
this
civilians
point.
are warned to leave areas that are about to be attacked. Everybody knows that. Everybody in the region knows that. It's a shame that that fact hasn't got to you. As it happens, the whole question you raised, Piers, is a very, very complex one. I don't have the answer, and I don't believe anyone does have the answer about the day after. Nobody wants to rule the Gaza. The Israelis used to be in charge of it. They left, as I say, in 2005 to the last Jew. They were all taken out of their houses. Israel doesn't want to rule the Gaza. Now, who can rule the Gaza? Hamas clearly cannot, because they set it up as a terrorist statelet. Can some Fatah-like authority be encouraged to take it over? Possibly, possibly. I spoke to one Palestinian analyst earlier today who said that actually, just as I said earlier, that an election in the West Bank today would elect Hamas. Perhaps an election tomorrow, if it was to happen, and I'm not sure if that's going to be a good idea, might even actually elect not Hamas Palestinians to power. But it's a heck of a risk. The reality is that the only solution to Gaza that anyone can see, I can imagine, is that it has to be a solution which involves multiple players in the region. The question of the Gaza is a very complex question. It used to be ruled by Egypt, used to be run by Egypt. Can Egypt have a role? In my view, it has to have a role. Can Jordan be involved? In my view, yes, it has to have a role. Can the Gulf states, including those who've been pumping money to Hamas, have some kind of role? Yes, I would hope so. It cannot be Israel's task alone to deal with the question of the Gaza. It has to involve multiple players in the region. But there's one kicker to that, which is that none of the Arabs in this region that I'm sitting in care a jot about the Palestinians. They really do not. If they did, for all of their talk, they would have done something. They would not have decided to keep the Palestinians out, as they have in country after country. Queen Rania can invite the Gazans into Jordan. She can invite the West Bank Palestinians into Jordan. She doesn't. Egypt could open its border with Gaza. It doesn't. The Egyptian border with Gaza is firmer and more closely locked than the Israeli ones. There are Gazan workers who, until the atrocities of October the 7th, every day were going through the Eretz crossings and others to work in Israel and to earn a decent living. Were there workers going in daily into Egypt? No, because the Egyptians don't want Palestinians in their country. So the only solution is a regional one, but I'm afraid in this region there are very few people who care about the Palestinians.
Okay, Douglas, you had the first word. Cenk, I'll give you the last one. I want to preface it by saying it's been reported today, and this is coming from Hamas's statements apparently, picked up by newspapers in America, that there was a new hostage deal offered, which was that Hamas were asked, will you release the 40 women and children you still have captive in return for a week-long ceasefire, and they apparently have rejected that. So I think that when we talk about behaviour on both sides, the mere fact that there are still 40 women and children in the clutches of Hamas, and God knows what they're doing to those poor women, that should be noted too. There are still innocent people being held in the most appalling conditions by Hamas, and that is also motivating Israel's response. But I'll give you the last word, Cenk.
Yeah. So I wish to God that they would release those women and children. I think it's immoral to keep them. It's wrong in every way. But Israel kills more than 40 women and children every single day, all completely innocent. Look, even if you take IDF's outlandish numbers of 7,000 Hamas fighters killed, that means their kill ratio of civilians to fighters is still worse than Hamas's. And they have now killed 20 times the number of civilians that Hamas has killed. So when Douglas talks about driving outlandish...
Sorry, let me hear what he says again.
People being held in the most appalling conditions by Hamas, and that is also motivating Israel's response. But I'll give you the last word, Cenk.
Yeah. So I wish to God that they would release those women and children. I think it's immoral to keep them. It's wrong in every way. But Israel kills more than 40 women and children every single
25.
day, all completely innocent. Look, even if you take IDF's outlandish numbers of 7,000 Hamas fighters killed, that means their kill ratio of civilians to
why is it outlandish?
Fighters is still worse than Hamas's. And they have now killed 20 times the number of civilians that Hamas has killed. So when Douglas talks about driving them into Egypt or Jordan, that's just ethnic cleansing. They live in Gaza. So if you push them out and they say, well, you're all Arabs anyway, why don't you just go live somewhere else in the region? That's the definition of ethnic cleansing.
I mean, this is something that I'll agree with Cenk on. You are cleansing the land of a certain ethnicity. Ethnic cleansing does not imply killing people. Genocide does. You can't simultaneously say it's an ethnic cleansing and a genocide at the same time.
That is outrageous. And he says it with blithely, with no concern, because Palestinian lives don't matter. And you ask them, hey, how many Palestinians can you possibly kill? And he never answered the question. So the reality is you cannot kill your way out of this conflict. The more that they kill, the more, what do you think that the Palestinians are going to feel? What would you feel if your family was butchered, if their heads were crushed by a bomb that was dropped on a building, if they were lit on fire by the bombs that were dropped? What would you do? You'd fight back the rest of your life. And then they are permanently occupied.
This is exactly the lines that I was referencing earlier, that people will say, okay, I understand why the Palestinians do this. I understand why the Palestinians do this. But does that excuse, right? I understand why a paranoid schizophrenic, kills his dog because he thinks that the FBI has a fucking listening device inside of it. Does that excuse the action? No. If someone in America had someone walk into their house and murder their wife and their child and then peace out, our laws would not allow that person to go out on a vigilante fucking manhunt to find who killed him or killed his wife and child and execute the guy with no repercussions. It just wouldn't happen. Just because something has an explanation does not mean that it has a justification.
Now Netanyahu says he was proud that he prevented a Palestinian state and that he will continue to prevent a Palestinian state. He is not a partner for peace, or he profits from war. His whole career is about perpetuating war, not just to murder Palestinians, but it keeps Israel unsafe for eternity. So the whole point of Israel is to be a safe haven for oppressed Jews throughout the world. It cannot be a safe haven as long as you're imprisoning 5 million Palestinians and saying, we are never, ever going to let you go. And if you ever dare oppose us, we will kill your women and children. It's disgusting.
They're not in
It's
prison.
not what
I
Israel
urge
was
you
meant
again.
to
I
do.
urge you
Bro, you're literally explaining the playbook of Hamas right now. You're going to do what we say, or we're going to kill your women and your children. What happened on October 7th, Jenk? What happened?
Again, I'd urge you again, Cenk, leave your bedroom sometime and come to this region and see it for yourself.
Hey,
It's
I
not
thought
a
I was
prison.
supposed to get
God,
the last
this is
word.
like a
This
Twitch
talking
debate,
about
dude.
bedrooms.
The
Hey,
Palestinians
you care
in the
about the
West Bank
babies,
are
you
not
care
in
about
a
the women.
prison.
Douglas, why don't you admit you don't care about dead Palestinian babies, dead Palestinian women, because you don't mind it. Or Israel. You say right or wrong, no matter how many people they have murdered, no matter how many kids they have crushed to death, you don't care because you don't care about human beings. All you want is some sort of warmongering, Israeli state, U.S. state, etc.
All right, listen. I've got to wrap it up. I've got to say, listen, I think we actually had a very
strange little man.
You don't mind the deaths of
let's
all
try and
those
keep
thousands
it.
of people.
Let's not
Evil
descend.
warmongering.
No, Jenk.
Jake, let's not descend into this. I actually think, with a few exceptions, we had a good debate there. Right? I understand passions run high. I think it's a shame whenever I do these debates when it gets ad hominem.
God,
in the way
that's
that
so
it has
embarrassing.
occasionally tonight.
I feel like
But I do
it's
think we've
secondhand
also had
embarrassment
some
for
really
him.
smart takes from both sides about what is going on and where we need to get to. I think we can all agree on one thing. We all want to end up with peace here somehow. It's going to be horrendously difficult.
We do.
It's very complicated.
Piers, that's not true.
But I
He's
do
never
think
advocated
I don't actually think, knowing both of you as
Now, Jenk is embarrassing, and he's just in the wrong. He's just in the wrong on like half of the things that he's talking about. However, the other guy is like this smarmy, like evil fucking dude who actually does not care. I think Jenk cares too much, and the other guy does not care at all about like the deaths of people that they've never met, right? This guy is sitting over here like, yeah, we'll kill another 20,000, bitch. What are you gonna do about it, fatty? Like, he's just sitting there. He's just sitting there smugly smiling. I don't like him either. Just want everyone to know. I do not like the other guy either. He is a smug, like, seemingly like evil person at the level of callous disregard that he has for the actual bad shit that Palestinians have to deal with. So,
as I do, I don't believe the charge that neither of you care is true. I think you do care about all the lives that have been lost.
Lazy smear.
And I think that we should start from an
1%.
acceptance we all
I think he's
care,
a monster.
and then try and be more constructive. But listen, I thank you both for joining me. I wish you both a Merry Christmas. I'll see you both, no doubt, in the new year. And I
Merry
thank you
Christmas
both.
to you, Piers,
I thank you
and
both
to
for your regular contributions to the show, particularly since this war started, because I really do appreciate it, and I want to hear both sides. And I think you both articulate your cases extremely powerfully. So thank you both very much.
because Casaubon, why do Palestinian children matter more than Uyghurs, Sudanese, Rohingya? Yeah. Well, here's the answer. It's because you don't get brownie points for defending the Rohingya Muslims who are actually experiencing a genocide. No Jews, no news. I don't like that. Okay, let's see. Let's look at the thing that jump scared me a minute ago. Where did I put the window? Just watch that. Scorched Earth.
Apparently there's a lot of like crazy.
Oh, hello. We are back. So,
Shut up, antenna. You're gonna make people think I'm
a lot of
transphobic
stuff
or something.
happened since yesterday.
Okay, we'll listen to this for a minute and see if anything interesting
I have a lot of
happens.
stuff to go over. This is going to be quite the stream. To be fair, I'm trending on the shit site. Yeah, so the last thing that I did, I haven't actually went on Twitter today, because I knew that people were going to be fucking mad. They cannot handle any criticism towards Hasan whatsoever. And the last thing I did was take my sleeping medication, and then I saw one of my Jewish chatters posted an entire prayer in Hebrew for Hasan's mods, so I posted it on Twitter, and then I fell asleep. And I feel like I just threw a grenade.
Can someone link me this Jewish prayer? Dude. Good news, Netanyahu is hoping his trial would be after the war, but nope. Oh, good. I don't need to read that right now.
And ran. The last thing I saw was someone calling me a Zionist for posting something in Hebrew. And I just it's fucking, the thing is, the people on Twitter are not representative of my audience whatsoever. Like, the people who get really mad about that kind of shit, they don't understand who I am or the kind of jokes that I make. And it's really easy to troll them. So I'll talk about Hasan's response in a little bit, as well as the overall response, but as I said, we have a lot to go through today. Before we get started, I'm running a
he's
giveaway
fighting
for the end
tight.
of the month.
I need to
If you go
not
to the
do
giveaway
that. What am I
channel
doing?
on Catboy Ranch, and you click this button, you have a chance to win. I'm giving out 5 noodle racism cookbooks.
Okay, we're gonna skip.
As a cheap dunk. Yeah, no, it's just scumfuck behavior. Like, it shouldn't be a high bar to say, please don't attack me for being a recovering addict. That's the lowest fucking bar. That's a mental health issue. Like, come on. Will the books be signed? That's a good question. I'm gonna say no. Because then I would have to actually buy the books, have them delivered, sign them, and then ship them again. That's more money than I'm willing to put in for this joke. The reason I want to put the reason I'm doing this giveaway is because it's related to
Okay, I don't
what I'm
care.
going to be talking about today.
Yeah, when are you gonna start talking about it? Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech ha'olam. I don't know, dude.
Let's see.
Is that the prayer?
Yeah, we should get into it. I was just waiting until people made it in, so no one misses anything.
Shalom.
Okay. I'm pulling it up.
Pull it up.
You having dinner? Hope you had a good one. I've been waiting all day to do this stream. This is going to be fun. So for context, yesterday was about...
Can I just say, like, I don't know what prompted her to start fighting Hasan, but does it not feel like her entire online existence is predicated upon drama? As much as people talk about how much they fucking hate drama, it seems like she's constantly in it. Whoa. Rock throw did that much damage to me even though I'm water type? That's ridiculous. Okay. Bitch.
Something like 80 slides. Today is about 215.
Yeah, she makes OC drama content by drama mongering.
And it's going to take a bit to go through all of this. But you're going to be glad that you did.
You're going to like the way you look.
So, I'm going to tease you a little bit because it's not at the very beginning. If you don't care about the noodle drama and you know who Foreign Man in a Foreign Land is, he's faking his accent, and I have proof that he's faking his accent. All the videos are in this. So we'll go over those clips. Yeah, I just thought I would I thought I would drop that now. Keffals, you're spreading misinfo. Use Google Slides, not PowerPoint. So, look, it's awesome. I see Sister Rose in the Twitch chat. Please be normal tonight, guys. You know the Twitch chat's not going to be normal. They are not going to be normal. So after we get through this, I'll go over Hasan's response. Apparently Xander Hall is going to be addressing everything, but to be honest, I moved on like a week ago. Like,
okay, if she's doing Noodlegate, something that happened like a year and a half, 2 years ago, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Okay, what else do we have up on the docket? Close out any tabs that we don't need anymore. Oh, did we want to see if Xander Hall is still talking about the... What time is it? Oh, it starts in 6 minutes. We'll open that up in a tab. Xander Hall's totally necessary response. Jesus Christ, Remy. Man, you guys recommended this guy to me to watch. What was it? Yeah, Vosh needs to stop dehumanizing Republicans. Bro, Destiny's divorce. Destiny's divorce. Destiny's divorce. Destiny's divorce. Bro, people are losing their fucking minds over the divorce memes, dude.
Multiple lower courts have already ruled that Trump himself did personally engage in insurrection. But a core question at issue here is for whom this insurrection clause was really intended. Which offices count? Which officers count? Was it intended for presidents and presidential candidates, or are they somehow exempted? Now, the Colorado Supreme Court and
no person shall hold any office, civil or military, under the United States, who having previously taken an oath as an officer of the United States to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. You know what I need to do? I need to go back to the debate that happened like 6 months ago when this was first brought up. Feels like it was 6 months ago. It might have been just like 2 or 3 months ago. But with Destiny, Pisco, and like 5 other people. Because I'm not 1,000% sure what my feelings on this are. I'm not 1,000% sure. Like, yeah, I'm not 1,000% sure. Bro, get fucked. Please die. Holy fucking shit. Why is it engaging in insurrection rebellion by letting our southern border become overrun? Where did you hear that one? Who's making that argument? Because they should be making their own little trip to the fucking rope store. Holy fuck. I don't know. They're probably very, very legitimate arguments, but the political posturing, it is so fucking boring to me, dude. It is so fucking boring to me to hear the same fucking tired, just like political, like, well, our guy engaged in insurrection when he, basically invited his rabid fucking like 2 IQ troglodyte mongoloid fans to storm the Capitol. Yeah. If you think that's insurrection, just wait till you hear about this continuous problem that every president has had to deal with for the past fucking 40, 50, 60 fucking years in the United States. Your guy is the insurrectionist. Those people should unironically fucking visit the rope store. It is the most retarded, and I'm not saying this because I hate them. I'm saying this because it would be a benefit to society. It would be genuinely better for society if we didn't have retards doing stupid fucking retarded, just like political stunts. I'm trying to, yeah, thank God I'm on kick now. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm becoming more normal. Okay, guys? Maybe I'm becoming more normal. maybe I spend too much time off stream. I don't know all of the different dramas that's happening with little bitty streamers anymore. I don't know what's happening with the big streamers barely. Maybe I'm just becoming more normal. Maybe I'm losing my patience for some shit. But yeah, there are some people that just need to be removed from society. Now, I am a compassionate person, and I do think that these people should be given compassion as well, which is why I just think that we should, you know, if they're the kind of people that are so anti-government, anti-society that we live in, right? They hate the United States, they hate our culture, they hate everything about us, and they want us to return to a version of the United States that, you know, has never existed. Well, you can remove yourself from society. Here's a hatchet, and here's 30 days worth of MREs, right? We'll give you, 60 feet of rope to either build a house with or to, and then, here's a section of untouched national forest that you can survive in, right? We'll airdrop 30 days of MREs in 30 days, right? Every 30 days we'll give you more, right? You can survive out there. If you're so anti-fucking society, you can go out there. Please leave. Live the fucking, esoteric, Americanized, fucking fake America world that you want to live in. And you can still live in America. Here's a hatchet. Yeah, make a mini Palestine for conservatives. LOL, wait. Clearly called into me multiple times? I don't know what you mean.
Presidential candidates, or are they somehow exempted? Now, the Colorado State Supreme Court, goes a long way towards resolving what the authors of this amendment were thinking about when they wrote this, whether they specifically intended this amendment, this Section 3 of this amendment, as a guardrail against presidents and potential presidents who engaged in insurrection. The state Supreme Court did some very, very deep research to make the case that, yes, this sure does apply to presidents and presidential candidates. And to that end, among the best and deepest cuts cited in this ruling is this one. It is a conversation between two senators in the year 1866 as they were literally writing the 14th Amendment. Senator Reverdy Johnson worried that the final version of Section 3 did not include the office of the presidency. He stated, this amendment does not go far enough because past rebels may be elected president or vice president of the United States. So he asked, why did you omit to exclude them? I do not understand them to be excluded from the privilege of holding the two highest offices in the gift of the nation. Senator Lott Morrill fielded this objection. He replied, let me call the senator's attention to the words, or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States. This answer satisfied Senator Johnson, who stated, perhaps I am wrong as to the exclusion from the presidency. No doubt, I am.
Damn, that's pretty rough.
The senators who literally wrote the 14th Amendment specifically meant for it to apply to the presidency. It does not get any more originalist than that, my friends, and that is exactly the point here. Adam Serwer argues in The Atlantic today that this ruling from the Colorado State Supreme Court is going to put the court's conservatives between a rock and a hard place. The court's conservative justices often justify their decisions through the legal philosophy of originalism, or trying to interpret what the founders meant when they wrote the Constitution.
Originalists, I went kind of like back and forth on this, and I think that I don't think that originalism is the best way to do things, right? Essentially, you like look at the letter of the law, right? You don't think about the spirit of the law necessarily, right? You look at the letter of the law, and then you start looking at what different, you look at the majority opinion and the dissenting opinion on any case, and then you make your judgment based off of what their intent was behind any specific ruling, right? For the Constitution, for amendments, for other previous legal battles, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that does have some value, right? But most of the time people use this to like, say like people should be able to own, 50 cal fucking, miniguns that shoot 5 billion rounds per minute. And that shouldn't be restricted by the government in any way, shape, or form. Or, abortion, they didn't include that in the original Constitution, so it shouldn't be in there at all. All these different things. But if they want to have that cake, they're going to have to rule on the side of Colorado here. Because what they'll do is they'll look back at like the majority and the dissenting opinion on any Supreme Court case or for why a amendment was drafted. And they'll also like look at historical dictionaries to see if there was a different connotation for a specific word back then. Or they'll look at correspondence between two politicians to see if they had any intent there that isn't like explicit, right? And that's like originalism. If they're going to do originalism here and they're going to try and shoot down the Colorado case on the basis that the president is not included as an officer of the court when there's this out there, like, you're going to have to side with the legal opinion that I'm not even sure I 1,000,000% agree with.
The 14th Amendment. Senator Reverdy Johnson worried that the final version of Section 3 did not include the office of the presidency. He stated, this amendment does not go...
Black Mask, you're right now watching what happens in liberal democracies. Why politics? I'm really invested in it. I'm really interested in it. I'm going to school for political science, and I think that I have a better perspective than most people because I'm not a fucking crazy extremist who wants to make everyone a communist or a fucking fascist. So yeah, I think I have a better perspective on it than most people. But the Nazi left has banned Trump from participating in free democracy. This is liberalism. This is liberalism in action. Look at this. Elected representatives went into session. They passed a constitutional amendment that said that if you're going to engage in insurrection and you are an officer of the United States, then you are no longer eligible for that office. All right, you're an officer of the United States. You're not allowed. You're not allowed to be a president. You're not allowed to be a senator. You're not allowed. If you tried to overthrow our government's political system, yeah, you don't get to be. You don't get to be fucking elected into office. That's liberalism. That is democracy right there, Black Mask. Sorry. You've been railing on me about illiberalism. This is liberalism, buddy.
Far enough because
except this is anti-democratic. This is autocratic Nazis banning candidates from participating and having freedom because they don't like them. Okay, Black Mask, let me ask you this. All right, Mr. extremist fucking Zionist who says that he wants to rape fucking Arabic women for what happened on October 7th. All right, let me ask you this. Let's say that in Israel, some guy tries to do an October 6th and he's Palestinian. And, they elect him, and he does that. And then he tries to run for office again. Or let's make it more like this. There's a Israeli senator or their equivalent. All right. I came here for Pokemon. Okay. Well, I'll move on to Pokemon here in a second. I gotta get this out there. Let's say there's a current sitting senator in Israel, and he aided and abetted the October 7th attacks in Israel. Would it be anti-democratic or would it be illiberal and anti-democratic, or would it be morally reprehensible for Israel to say you are ineligible to run for president or prime minister of Israel because you tried to kill as many Israelis as you could, or you helped, aided, and abetted them?
Past rebels may be elected president or vice president of the United States. So he asked, Why did you omit to exclude them? I do not understand them to be excluded from the privilege of holding the...
That wouldn't be anti-democratic, nor would that be an apt comparison. Oof. Looks like you just don't know all of the facts here then.
two highest offices in the gift of the nation. Senator Lot Morrill fielded this objection. He replied,
"Go, hentai."
Let me call the senator's attention to the words, "or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States." This answer satisfied Senator Johnson, who stated, perhaps I am wrong as to the exclusion from the presidency.
Before anyone wants to shit on me for before anyone wants to shit on me for using a level 20 and killing a bunch of Whismer, I am diving into the world of fucking EV training. All right, I'm getting those HP EVs right now. You can suck my cock. I'm going to do this for the next 10-15 minutes.
No doubt, I am. The senators who literally wrote the 14th Amendment specifically meant for it to apply to the presidency. It does not get any more originalist than that, my friends, and that is exactly the point here. Adam Serwer argues in The Atlantic today that this ruling from the Colorado State Supreme Court is going to put the court's conservatives between a rock and a hard place. The court's conservative justices often justify their decisions through the legal philosophy of originalism, or trying to interpret what the founders meant when they wrote the Constitution. Serwer writes that this Colorado Supreme Court ruling is calling the bluff of the U.S. Supreme Court's originalists, forcing its conservative justices to choose between their purported legal philosophy and the partisan interests of the party with which they identify. So it would seem. Now, Trump has until January 4th to appeal the Colorado State Supreme Court decision, and his campaign says it plans to. And when that happens, it will put the issue on hold until the Supreme Court makes its decision, meaning Trump will likely be on the Colorado Republican primary ballot, but whether he appears on the general election ballot in Colorado,
that would be rough.
Potentially in any other states that could follow Colorado's lead, all of that will rest once again in the hands of the Supreme Court.
Here's the video right there, buddy. Okay, what are these links? We'll look at the graphs. More than half of America's poll. Oh, it's 4 minutes long.
Here at The Hill, we've been carefully tracking the latest polls at the decision desk.
Can I just say, I'm sorry, there's a genre of white guy that I really don't like. Now, listen, I'm not a racist and I love all people, but this genre of white guy with the 5 head and the very tall hair and super clean cut, I cannot fucking stand it. I do not know why I don't like it. There's something just unsettling about it. Charlie Kirk does this. A lot of Zoomers do this. The very tall head or tall hair, fucking 5 head, clean cut. It's unsettling to me. That is all.
Desk HQ. I want to dive now into the crosstabs with the Director of Data Science, Scott Trenter. Scott, thanks for being here.
See this guy? Not as clean cut. He's on television, but you know what? He doesn't make me feel like I'm going to be murdered or sodomized with a foreign object, right? This guy, I do get that from him, and it's all his aesthetic.
Current Iowa state of play as it is, if Ron DeSantis does not finish in second place, does he need to get out of the way for the other candidates if any other candidate hopes to stop Trump?
Well, certainly if he does not finish second, he does not meet expectations, and we can expect his money to dry up. It really questions his ability to make it to New Hampshire, much less South Carolina and the other states. Him getting out, what's interesting is a lot of his voters' second choice is Donald Trump. They don't all go to Nikki Haley or Chris Christie or Vivek. So I'm not sure what him getting out does to the rest of the field, but he does need to at least come in second or beat expectations if he's going to go much farther than.
Man, this is so rough, dude. Wait, hold on. 538 Republican primary. Oh man, it's so. Oh, dude, it's so. Oh, I feel so bad. Yeah, dog. DeSantis 11.7, Haley 11.0. It's coming to an end, folks. It's coming to an end, folks. We'll never have to see Robot Ron ever again. When we started seeing this happen, we knew it was over. But here, man, it's depressing. It kind of hurts. It kind of hurts.
In Iowa.
Well, there's an assumption for Nikki Haley that all of her supporters are never Trumpers, and that if Chris Christie gets out, that they would go to Nikki Haley. But does the data and do the crosstabs reflect that?
Interesting enough, the data reflects that for Chris Christie. In other words, if Chris Christie gets out, almost all of his voters go to a Ron DeSantis or a Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley is a little bit different. She has a large chunk of never Trumper voters. Certainly on the donor side, she does. But, you know, if she were to get out, there is a, you know, depending on what the crosstabs and the margin of error is, anywhere from a quarter to a third of her voters would go to a Donald Trump. So it's not quite as clean as everyone
Almost
hopes
done
it to
here.
be. And same for Ron DeSantis, as I just mentioned. A lot of his voters, if he gets out, don't go to Nikki Haley or someone else. They go to Donald Trump.
So meanwhile, brewing in the background are all of these other candidates like RFK. When you're looking at the polls, is he going to be stealing votes in a general election from Trump or Biden?
It's interesting. It appears right now, and this is early, right? We are over a year, or I guess a little bit less than a year from a general election, and RFK has got a lot of campaigning to do, so does Joe Biden. Right now, it appears he takes more votes from Joe Biden than he does from the Republicans. But it's not all that. He does take votes from Republicans in states like, in northeastern states like Pennsylvania and places like that are going to be close for the GOP and the Democrats. Here's what I will say about third-party candidates, though. Usually their polling is their high watermark. When it actually gets to the ballot box, we tend to see third-party candidates underperform their polls.
Specifically in Pennsylvania, for the Republicans that RFK is stealing from Trump, what's the issue? Is it vaccinations?
It's vaccinations could be part of it. I mean, he is saying some very populist things around vaccinations, foreign policy, taxation, and also, you know what? It's just his last name. There's a lot of name ID and just his ability to kind of pull some voters out.
Okay, I don't care. Well, look at this. Except, fuck it. Do you approve or disapprove of the Colorado Supreme Court ruling that Donald Trump can't appear on the state because it was actually 6? Strongly approve, somewhat disapprove, strongly disapprove, not sure. Among age. Most young people approve. I'm surprised, actually. I would be on, I'm somewhere in between somewhat approve and not sure. I'm more on the side of approve because, like, man, fuck Donald Trump. Okay, but okay, let's see here. Did Zan start yet? He said he's going to nuke Keffals.
Oh boy, do I have saved my face. There's no way I'm shaving this inside and dealing with, like, cleaning that up. I'm just gonna do it outside. I've got some outdoor, like,
here, what's that? I'm gonna
so
fix the...
I should be able to use those outlets to...
I'm gonna fix the setting on my camera.
Like, plug in my shaver and just do it on my back porch, which is just what I'm gonna end up doing. I like having a very clean, kind of short, barely noticeable stubble going on. I'm going outside. Oh, do I have some things to tell you about going outside? Hold on. There's my water.
Don't care.
Lips. And was an objectively bad mistake that I do need to apologize for.
Hey, Connor boy, give me one second. I'm just fixing a setting on my camera.
So that we will be getting to in a moment. Oh, don't even, Zan. I've hated having to wait for this crap. I know. Listen, guys. I wanted to make this response sooner, but to be fair, Keffals was still making content about me, and it was the holiday season. I was like, God, I could just go live and ignore it more, and just deal with more hate in my chat, because I haven't put out, like, my actual concise response yet. Or I can just stop streaming until she's stopped, while I put together my response. That also gives me time to just kind of let her say everything she wants to say.
Why? I mean, I understand like responding at a certain point, but like at a certain point, do you need to respond? Oh, by the way, Econoboy, you put out a tweet about the Keffals stream about Hasan that made me say, oh, you know what? I should watch that, bro. Where did you get all of that stuff? I could not get through it. It was like, it didn't feel like anything was said about Hasan. Just very little was.
Particularly with no like input from me, like not causing anything, and then I would do my response. So I know it sucks to wait, but both for my own mental health during the holidays and for the.
All right, quick little conversation with Econoboy. Yo. Can you hear me? Test.
Sorry, I think my mic was off. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What's up?
Hear me now. That's weird.
No, I can.
No, that's good. That's good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you watch the stream or?
I watched as much of it as I could tolerate.
Wow.
Because I got pretty deep into it. Okay. But
I felt the same way because the first half of the manifesto, a lot of it was like setup. It was like explaining basically all of the context, and it seems like Keffals makes, especially in the latter half, makes like two sort of claims against Hasan and like how he manages the community, or I guess you could say three, right? One is that Hasan sort of basically just attached himself to Keffals' doxing controversy as a means to clout chase, which I don't know how to feel about that. Like, I totally understand where she's coming from, right? Because the clips are pretty clear. Like, you've got, as soon as it happens, Hasan says, I don't want to talk about this. Shut the fuck up. Like, you know, Hasan's always like really toxic to his chat. And like just goes on a rant about how he really doesn't want to talk about it for various reasons. And then basically when it blows up and becomes a more national, almost like hemispheric news story, let's say, that's when he, you know, retweets a charity, talks about it a bit more, you know, is much more sort of all of a sudden able to talk about it and doesn't have a problem with it. And it's like, okay, well, we're never gonna know like what or why Hasan does what he does, but I mean that seems sus to me at the very least. That was the first thing. The second thing was talking about how he and his community gave the advice of like, just don't talk about it. Just like be quiet about it, right? And it's totally understandable for people to look at that and be like, that's not maybe the worst advice, maybe that's not a big deal. In an outcomes sense, like we can see what happened. Well, she didn't talk about it. Seems like there were some good outcomes, right? Like Kiwi Farms got dehosted. And she talked about the whatever, that like national database or something of people that deal with swatting. Like those are some good positive outcomes, I guess. And they were giving more like personal advice, I guess, to be fair to them. Like they were saying more, well, you shouldn't talk about it because it's maybe not the best thing for you, right? And I think one of Hasan's mods had mentioned like, oh, Hasan's been dealing with swatting and stuff, but he never talks about it, right? And obviously, if your goal is just I don't want to be swatted, well, not talking about it is probably not the worst advice. So you know, that's pretty.
Yeah, that's where I was at, because when I was listening to it, I was like, she made like all this hoopla about like him saying like, why are you talking about it, or like you like it's already out there now, but like you probably shouldn't talk about it. It's like, yeah, that's actually like really good advice when it comes to doxing. You shouldn't talk about it because it gives positive reinforcement for people that are trying to, you know, fuck with you. Right?
Yeah,
They know that your dox is correct. They know, you know, all that. Hey, 1 second. I just have to, here, I'm going to mute for 1 second. I just gotta do something real quick. All right, hold on, guys. All right, everyone. Hentai was a good soldier. 07's in chat. 07's in chat. Okay. But yeah, it is good advice. Like in general, but when it comes, or when it comes to what she's saying, I guess if she's saying, what I think it is I think that she didn't quite understand why the advice was given, right? Because it seems like she heard, don't do anything about it, when that's not what he's saying. He's saying don't like talk publicly about it and acknowledge the fact that you get swatted, right?
Yeah, that's what he was saying. I think that kind of the thing that inspires me to write that post was a lot of the stuff in the latter half, the stuff having to deal with addiction and in general just like the weirdly, I don't know, like Hasan has surrounded himself with a weird group of people, right? Like that's one thing. There's a lot of things that I think you can criticize Hasan for, right? Based on his like rhetoric and his positions. But the old boomer saying of you are who you surround yourself with, it's like, man, the people he surrounds himself with are
horrible
even
people.
crazier.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what is going on, right? And I think that from Hasan's perspective, his view is big tent. It's like big tent. I don't want to make anyone mad. And if I have to make someone mad, then I'm fucking completely shitting on them as hard as I possibly can, right? And it's like, man, it's a complete lack of introspection, right? And it's doubling and tripling down on attacks that are just so inappropriate to make from a left of center perspective. So what I mean by that is that we agree that the advice of not talking about it is like good individual advice. It maybe isn't the best societal advice, right? Because maybe you can get some good outcomes by making a big news story or whatever. I think Keffals makes also a good case that her swatting was kind of unique, right? Like she wasn't able to get her computer and like her stuff that she streams with back. And, you know, I've heard that advice before, like, hey, if you're getting fucked over by the police, make it public. Call them out on Twitter. Make a video about it, right? Because shit's going to move super duper fucking slow unless you put public pressure on them to do the right thing. And that was, I guess, Keffals' justification for being public about it, at least from an individual perspective. And I don't find that unreasonable. Obviously, if you're a streamer and the police take your computer for no reason, like, okay, well, that's fair enough. Like, you probably need your fucking computer back because you're not able to work otherwise, right? But that's all besides the point, right? The big thing was the latter half stuff. So, like, I think the thing that makes me kind of raise my eyebrow, like the first thing where I'm watching Keffals' manifesto and I'm like, what's up with that? You know, like, what the fuck, right? And it was Keffals reaching out to Hasan's editor and saying, like, hey, there's people in the Haas court or whatever, like the Hasan Discord, that are spreading misinformation and rumors about me. I'd appreciate it if you could regulate it. Something like that, right?
Mhm.
And the response was from the editor was like, hey, I'll forward it to the mod team. And I think at some point gets encouraged to talk to a mod directly. So she ends up talking to Frogan, sends a very similar message, right? So talk about, you know, hey, I'm kind of upset to see even moderators participating in this misinformation. Now, at this point, I'm just like, I don't even know why Hasan's mods are doing this, right? Like, there's no clear line established as to, like, why Hasan's mods would be spreading essentially shit talk about Keffals. It's kind of strange, right? Because obviously Hasan himself at this point was like pretty pro Keffals, right? But then it starts to break down a little bit, right? And she ends up reaching out and saying, hey, I'm a little upset that people are spreading this misinformation about me. It's not, you know, it's not great. I'd appreciate it if this, you know, could be fixed, right? You know, look up at Hasan. I want this to be changed. And then Frogan sends back like a completely insane message. Like, completely insane. So her message is, first, ignore them. So it's like, you have to realize you're an online personality. There are going to be people that like you and some that don't. Ignore them, which you could say is patronizing. Of course it is. But that's not, you shouldn't get canceled or get, beaten up or anything for being patronizing. But then she says to Keffals, you went out of your way to name search yourself in the server and are sending me stuff from months ago. Quite frankly, I don't understand why you even come around in the server since you don't like Hasan or me for that matter. Anyways, according to the messages from your mod signal chat that people have sent me, I know you say I gatekeep Hasan from people, but the only time I ever will is when I say keep him and the community out of your drama. It's like, wow, what the fuck? Like, where is all that hostility coming from? A little bit bizarre, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I kind of raised my eyebrow, and I'm like, whoa, like what the fuck's up with that? And then she goes on to talk about the specific stuff, which is that there were just like mods in Hasan's community that were just like making fun of her for being a recovering drug addict. And I was like, well, that's definitely pretty fucked up, right? Like,
Yeah.
That's pretty fucked up. Like if like, let's just replace addiction with cancer, and you've got fucking, Hasan's mods saying LOL, like me when I'm Keffals, and it's like her dying in a bed getting chemotherapy. Like, nobody would think that's funny.
Yeah,
no, but I'm saying, like, that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're saying LOL, she was addicted to coke. And it's like, well, but that's not funny, right? Like, it's and I don't care. It doesn't. And for me, maybe I'm just a fucking cuck, woke liberal or whatever it is. But like,
no, I agree with you.
Yeah,
But-
like, it's
so
fucked
that's
up,
what
you
the
know?
entire drama was people making fun of her for her addictions, and she asked them to very politely and in private asked them to stop, and the editors and the mods were just like, LOL, fuck you, like, this is drama and you're creating drama because we're making fun of you and you're asking us to please stop.
Yeah, basically, like, that was the drama. And so the reason I write that post, and I put it somewhere in the thread, which is like, hey, this is just one of 100 reasons that cumulatively should cause people to not want to watch or engage with Hasan or take him seriously.
Mhm.
For me, it's just like the tipping point of wanting to be like, man, this just seems fucked, and I put that in the thread, and like, that's just kind of how I feel. It's like, man, like, when Keffals calls them, like, they're acting like Groypers and Nazis, obviously these are leftist people, right? But but their social interactions are that of like a Groyper or a Nazi. Like, I can see where she's coming from.
No, and
right?
I
Like,
100%
they're
agree.
acting-
The
Yeah.
experience that I have with, especially like the further left you go, the behaviors start to meld very, very,
like
very
the
quickly.
interpersonal,
Yes.
exactly, like the relational management, and like, and that's the thing that made me. I was like, man, like, this kind of. I don't usually talk about drama like this because I just don't care. I didn't even talk about the Keffals Destiny stuff because I was like, man, I'm just like, I get it. Like, this is a big deal for Keffals and for Destiny. It's not a big deal for me. I'm just a guy. I work full time. I do this part time. Like, it's just not something like I want to talk about politics and economics, right?
Right.
And I usually don't delve into the personal drama, right? At least not like publicly. I love watching it. Like, it's entertaining. Of course, it's content, right? But
Right.
like, I'm not gonna like. And that's just, and it's no offense to anybody that does. It's just I don't want to make videos or streams like that, and I don't want to tweet stuff like that. But it's like, man, guys, like, if you find yourself waving a socialist rose flag while also making fun of a trans woman who is struggling to, it seems like she's fine now, but like who had a cocaine addiction, what are you doing? Like,
Yeah,
what's
and
going
you're
on?
also like, Killer Seek said this in chat, like, they pearl clutch about this exact same stuff, but then when they do it, it's like the worst fucking thing ever. Or
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
I mean,
I'm sorry, I said that backwards. They pearl clutch over it, and then like when they do it, it's like no biggie, no problem. Don't even worry about it. We're just memeing, dude. We're just memeing, dude. It's so.
Well, and there's a context, right? Like, obviously, if you're, I was thinking about this earlier. Like, if you're like friends with Keffals and you have that relationship and you want to joke about LOL Keffals, is a cokehead or whatever. Like, some people have dark humor like that with their friends. Like, obviously that's fine, but this is clear. That's just not what this is, right?
Right.
Like, this isn't like inside humor, right? This is just trying to it's the equivalent of when people call Destiny a deadbeat father. It's like you're just trying to hurt someone's feelings, basically, right? Like that's all that. Like
you
there's
have no
other
argument, so
attempt.
you're doing this, yeah.
Right, exactly, and that's yeah. So that's how I feel about it. It's just like, man, like if and to be fair, like Hasan's, I guess, from what I've heard, I haven't looked into this myself, that Hasan's viewership is dipping a little bit, and maybe that's what's inspiring him to come out and do debates and stuff. But yeah, like man, like Hasan is. I don't know how to put it. Like the reason I guess this triggered me so much because it's like, dude, it's so like you're Hasan, and that's one reason why I'm like, man, it really does say something about Hasan that he's got people like this in his Discord, mod chat and modding community. It's because
they will rabidly defend him no matter what, and they'll ruthlessly attack anyone else.
No, but that is exactly. I don't know the explanation. Maybe that's a good explanation. But the point is that it's like, Hasan, you're the biggest leftist content creator like on the planet. You could get anyone willing. You could pay a professional mod team, and you wouldn't even notice the expense, and there'd be no drama. But he just chooses not to do it. He chooses to have these completely fucking insane people on. I don't know if he's paying them, but like he's choosing to have them on his team.
You think he pays his editors when he doesn't even pay? Or I'm sorry, you think he pays his mods when he doesn't even pay his editors? Bro, you're lost.
No, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, but that's besides the point. It's call him a friend, call him a volunteer. It's like, man, there's got to be, some standards here, right? I mean, goodness, I mean, fuck, I had some replies to my tweets which were just like completely deranged, which is understandable, I guess. Like you're talking about Hasan, and so his fans are gonna get mad or anything, but like there are some replies that were very emblematic of the problem. Like somebody, hold on, let me see if I can read it. I laughed my fucking ass off reading this. Hold on. It was the most deranged reply that I got. Let's see. I hope I can find it. It was like he did something weird. He replied to like the third tweet that I made or something. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Okay, Destiny Orbiter. And to be fair, to anyone that's not aware, this thread was basically just saying Hasan's a dumbass and surrounds himself with awful people, and making fun of addiction isn't really funny, right? Like, it's probably bad. And then this person says, okay, Destiny Orbiter, I'll be sure to take my positions on leftist thought from a guy that wants protesters shot because they might inconvenience someone, and someone who gleefully participated, boosted, and had his community involved in pushing Keffals' KF threat. And I was just like...
It's all about association. It's all about association.
Yeah, like this guy's like, he sees a thread that is about Keffals and Hasan, and then decides, well, this is a good opportunity to mention Destiny and shit on him. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, I know I have a quote on the end where Keffals talks about Destiny. She was using that as an example of like someone I really, really disagree with, but he's not like a complete fucking piece of shit. Like, that's all Keffals was saying with that quote. Is like, I really, really disagree with a lot of this guy's done, but, he and I are, we're still able to apparently shake hands and talk in person, and it's not fucking weird, and it's like, not this, this weird fucking, like echo chamber type shit, like it's fucking bizarre, and so, yeah, that's why I think the Keffals manifesto I thought was interesting about Hasan,
yeah, I guess for me, like this sort of behavior is like so expected from these kinds of people that it must have seemed super boring to me, because it's just what is expected. It's like, what the fuck is the news here? You're telling me that these lefties are acting like they're just a bunch of like teenagers in a clique, and they are totally fine with making fun of like the most like personal, like insane shit possible, but like the second that you like step to one of them and you call someone they instead of like he or her, right? When they're a binary trans person, you're evidently misgendering them. Like you can have your entire career ruined. Like this is what you're deciding to get upset about. I guess I just expect it so much that it doesn't faze me anymore, which is why I try not to interact with too many communities like that anymore. But it's just expected.
Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, obviously, again, this is, it's just, I think it's just something that I think hopefully would convince some amount of people, right? Like, hey, just kind of think about who you're watching, right? You know, just try to analyze who is the individual that I'm donating to, giving money to. Obviously, I have a small voice. Like, I don't know if this will make a huge difference or anything. It definitely won't. But like, it's just reasonable to say, hey, you should do that, right? Like, you should have at least some good reasons. You know, like when I had a friend who reached out to me, and she's a very like leftist socialist type person, but she's an IRL, like not terminally online person, and she was asking me for resources like, hey, who can I watch? Who can I read? And I gave her a list of like 15 different people. Destiny wasn't included, to be fair, because he doesn't really do like educational content, which was kind of what, you know, she was looking for. But I gave her a list of people, just a quick sentence like, hey, this is what this person's about. Good person to read. These are good people to follow. Good perspectives on this side and that side. And, you know, this was a socialist I was talking to. I gave her a list that included like libertarians like Alex Narasta and, you know, socialists like Matt Brunig and everyone in between. And I had a reason for why I recommended every single one of them to like follow or read or keep up with. And, you know, that's just what you should fucking do. Like, don't just say I follow a guy because why? Like, what? He's the biggest streamer, or like, oh, I don't know. I guess he says he's a socialist. Like,
yes, Giga Chad. Yes, Giga Chad.
Yeah, I mean,
like that's
better reasons.
Well, I think that people. This is what it is. I don't think that people solely act off of just a desire to defend one person. I think the way it is they really like this one creator, and if they start getting involved in that community, right? They're in the Discord, they're active in chat, et cetera, et cetera. The more active in chat they are, the more active in the Discords they are, the more they have like connections into that community. And if they start, you know, having some sort of like cognitive dissonance where they realize like, okay, well, this guy did something bad, right? They have to either A, remove themselves from that community because the rest of the community won't tolerate dissent, or they have to, you know, find a way to rationalize what they're doing when they wouldn't be okay with it with anyone else, right? That's how I think that it works. They're trying to maintain their friendships online, their communities that they're a part of. They don't even realize it. I think that there have been points where I have fallen into this very early on into streaming, before I stopped caring as much about some of this shit. But yeah, you can see this in every single creators chat. If there's someone that's going to be a very loyal viewer or a big community member or a mod or something like that, they're much more likely to hardcore defend to the ends of the earth, rationalize, you know, find excuses for all sorts of fucking crazy behavior. Because if they were to, you know, turn or criticize the other person, then, you know, they'd be implicitly attacking everything that represents themselves. They're in a way attacking themselves because they're a viewer of that person, right? So,
yeah. No, I mean, I understand. I just, you know,
it's mind-boggling to someone that doesn't fall into that. You're like, well, dude, like you can still watch Hasan, but like recognize that he's doing bad things, or like he's surrounding himself with people that are bad, or something like that. Like that's a really easy thing for us to say, but I think that this falls not just into like, you know, streamer stuff. This falls into, you know, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, right? I don't think that if I asked 90% of Democrats if they could name one good policy that Trump passed. Granted, there's like maybe one or two, right? And they were very, very small little things, right? But like people will just say, oh, that person's always bad all the time because I'm in this camp. You know, it's all the tribalism memes. A better example would be like, look at any conservative and ask them for a positive thing that Biden has done or a negative thing that Trump did that doesn't involve Trump tweeting, and then watch the like smoke come out of their ears, you know?
Yeah. Of course, this is kind of a, you know, I don't know, kind of an unfortunate part of the the modern human condition is just like people who are fucking real fucking stupid, but also talking with supreme confidence. And I don't, there's, I don't know. It takes a lot to change any, something like that, I guess. But, and that's in part a part of, I guess, just politics in general. Like that's kind of always been a thing. What are you going to do? But, I just think that it's still always worthy of criticism. Like I recall at one point, I was talking to one of my South Asian friends. She was
How's it going,
Indian,
Sam?
And she was talking about how, oh my goodness, my parents, this and that, they're so strict, it's annoying. And I was just like, why don't you just like fucking stand up to them? Like you're like 25 years old and
Yeah.
a full fucking grown adult. And then she's like, well, I mean, it's easy for you to say that because you're white and white people, white kids always stand up to their parents and you don't understand. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
What?
do you think white people don't have strict parents sometimes too? Like I get what you're like, and to be fair, like even if what you're saying is the culture of strictness is just totally different, like it's a given, it's just a given, it's just how Daisy parents are. It's like, okay, but that still doesn't mean it's not good advice, to say something about it and criticize it and try to change that culture if it's really just a social problem, right? Similarly with this kind of stuff, I get it. I mean, every community acts like this. I mean, goodness, like I've made more than enough videos on people like Second Thought and Hakeem and fucking, I don't know, like so many debates with socialists and stuff to look at my comments and see a bunch of people that are totally fucking insane, right? But
yeah,
and I mean, Keffals community probably has the same type of people as well. I just
they
think
do.
That,
I would know. The Destiny
but
stuff
I mean,
with Keffals, I was on the ground level of that one. We did a deep dive into the analytics to see if he could have possibly led the hate raids into her stream, and that led into me being involved in this huge bullshit with Kiwi farms at the very beginning because people thought that I was a Kiwi farmer and I had someone dox me on Facebook. Something threatened to dox me because they recognized me from the interaction with Keffals. So like, yeah, there are some fucking crazy people out there. That's one reason why I both neither use Facebook nor interact with communities like that anymore.
Yeah, and that's understandable. I think that it seems like, and I haven't followed Keffals a ton. This was mostly a criticism of Hasan, so I don't know if Keffals is like a total hypocrite in this regard. But
she's gotten a lot better. She's gotten a lot better over the past 6 months.
That's what I've heard, right? And it kind of matches. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people thought she was bullshitting about going to rehab and stuff like this, but I don't know. It seems like, I mean, unless she just, I mean, unless Keffals is, and it's possible, right? But like, unless Keffals is like a fucking complete Machiavellian level fucking content creator, where she pretended to go to rehab and had a total character arc change based off of this pretend rehab thing. It's like, well, but maybe she just went to rehab and like got better. I don't know. Like, maybe
that does seem.
like,
I don't disbelieve her going to rehab. Like it seems so fucking silly. Like this is something that I've kind of touched on a little bit with almost every single topic in the past 6 months, especially with like Israel Palestine. People only see one perspective and take it as like the ultimate truth, and then will never like even like make an attempt to understand the other side. Right. So like with like Israel Palestine, it's my side is always in the right, the other side is oppressing us or, killing us. And so anything that we do to them is justified. It's like, I think somebody on both sides of this little situation are both doing bad things. And it's important to recognize that. But when you're talking to people who are solidly in one camp, it's just that one side. They do not need to understand the other side because they're just evil. And I think that applies to so much of the interactions online, to the point where I think it's gotten significantly worse since I started streaming. So I've tried to recalibrate how to approach conversations with other people and how to approaching a conversation with someone, right? Like even to open up the door for a conversation to happen, you have to like think like, okay, how do I talk to this person in a way, right, that they're not going to immediately. Destiny calls it the web. I just call it like the 6 degrees of separation. How do I do this without making someone immediately like, oh, well, this guy watches Destiny or is a Destiny orbiter, therefore he's evil and I don't need to talk to him, or that happens in the middle of the conversation and they immediately put me into a box and, because fuck, I can,
It
I have
depends
pretty
on the
nuanced.
energy that they're giving you. Yeah, it's hard to say, right? Because like, I do feel. I remember at one point I saw Destiny talk about how he's like, for 2 fucking years I coddled Trump supporters, and I was like, well, just calmly talking to them and having reasonable conversations and pointing out facts. But then he's like, no, you guys are all fucking stupid, and you need to start taking L's on all the
It's
dumb
so
shit you guys have
base.
said.
It's so fucking true.
And it's like, yeah, it's hard to not have a rant like that on every individual level. It's like, no, at a certain point, you guys have got to fucking look in the goddamn mirror and recognize you've been saying dumb shit for 4 fucking years in a row, and you gotta change your ways. Holy shit, sometimes tough love works, but sometimes it makes it worse. So I don't know.
Yeah. It's time for us to all start. We need to completely ignore the left, like completely, I think, and just go back to dunking on Republicans, because Republicans present an actual danger to society, and lefties do, but only as much, or they only can create as much damage as we allow them to, in terms of how much attention we give them. So at this point, I want to argue with conservatives. It's so much more cathartic.
I mean, yeah. The thing is, though, I think that it'll be interesting to see how history remembers, like the period of, because I don't know. I feel like a lot of people think that, I feel like a lot of people have said the statement, something along the lines of, man, it just doesn't seem like our decades are as distinct as they were in the past. Like, man, when you think of the 60s or the 70s or the 80s or the 90s, you can think of distinct cultural trends and movements. But I don't know, like fucking 2010 and 2020 just kind of, it just all seems like one jumble of shit. And it's like, well, no, like there are a lot of distinct cultural phenomena that happened in the 2010s and are happening in the early 2020s. And I wonder how history will talk about, like, obviously the canceling phenomena is probably going to be a big narrative in history. And I wonder how that'll shake out, like this idea that, man, like people just were getting canceled over all kinds of shit, maybe it'll turn out that that's just how it fucking is now. And, people walk on eggshells for the next, 1,000 years until fucking we all nuke ourselves or something. But maybe they'll look back and say like, yeah, that was pretty crazy, pretty wild in circumstance that we all lived through. Not to mention Trump was president and like all these different things. And yeah, I think that the left in general, it seems like there's becoming a broader push to kind of just calm down amongst the left, right? Where like, guys, let's just take a chill pill and not fucking try to ruin everyone's fucking life over
I agree that there is a push for that, and I'm glad when I do see it. The sad thing is, the only time I see it is when that person or that person's favorite streamer or YouTube personality or whatever is the one being canceled. It takes something happening to you personally or something that to you is personal for people's opinion to change on that.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I think that that's kind of the thing, though, about cancel culture and like this kind of very toxic form of, there's nothing wrong with being woke. There's nothing wrong with being politically correct, obviously, but there's a way to do things. And I think that's the thing about this very toxic form of cancel culture is like a lot of like there's just so many stories of it. Like a lot of people do have that personal story of like, I know a guy who knows a guy, or I know a guy who knows a guy, or I know a guy, or I am the guy. It's like that degree of separation. It's not really as much of a purely internet phenomena anymore.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, and so I think that's why people are, starting to push back just a little bit, right? And I think there's some. I don't know how the institutional pushback will happen, but
I don't think the institutional pushback will happen. I think that we're in the process, like collectively, trying to find what the actual lines are. And I say we, I'm talking about like liberal or leftist type people. because conservatives, you can walk into a like a room full of black people and scream the N-word, and then they'll be like, bro, freedom of speech, man. And everyone else will be like, you know what? Maybe that guy is actually just like an asshole, right? But for people on the left, I feel like there are no clear lines on when an actual canceling should happen, when actual, career-ending bullshit, or what is career-ending bullshit? What is actually that line? And I don't think anyone agrees on that. And so it's just like these varying levels of amorphous, I think this, I think that, I think that only if someone breaks the law, I think that only if it meets this threshold or that threshold. At a certain point, I think that most of these opinions will even out into something that is reasonable. But it's goddamn, it feels like it's taking forever,
Yeah, I mean, we're in the midst of it. I don't know. I mean, I think by the time 2030 rolls around, I think it'll be a more settled question because, I don't know. It is just, it is kind of an uncomfortable existence for a lot of people. And, you want to, I don't know. You want to just be able to live like a normal, reasonable life. And you also to be fair, it's very poor for community. Most people want to be part of some communities, right? But it's like, damn, like there's gonna obviously be idiosyncrasies, I guess it would be the phrase, with literally any community, right? And I mean, this is why political movements aren't just like, how do we have the purest, most perfectest people in our movement? Like every political movement is a broad tinted movement with many different views and perspectives. And yeah, I think that's part of the reason why this kind of shit is going to continue to be mostly like an academic or online niche exercise, and it won't dip into the mainstream because like you're never going to have a politician become the leader of a major party who's like, literally fuck everyone, everyone's a Nazi, you did this, fuck you, kill yourself. Like that's just never going to happen. Like these kind of like extremist leftists who are like, oh, resistance fighters, that's what Hamas is, by the way, trans the kids, LOL, stuff like that. That's never gonna like be a mainstream thing.
Can you just imagine for a second how GigaChat it would be if Biden just told Trump to like go fucking rope?
No, but that's the thing. Like that's not even a big deal. That'd be dope as hell, right? That'd be funny, right? But like, I'm talking about like, I don't think we're ever gonna see a mainstream politician genuinely engage in the level of like cancel culture and vitriol that these like online politics people do.
God, it would be really funny, but it would also be like one of the most disastrous things to happen to our country, like bar none.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, to be fair, that just doesn't appeal to most people. Like, voting is private. Ultimately, it's hard to cancel somebody for how they voted because they could just not tell you how they voted, or they could lie about it, And even if you manage to get a candidate who says stuff like that, well, people aren't going to vote for him because we don't live in the fucking Soviet Union where if you vote a certain way, you get put in the fucking gulag. Like, votes are private, And so I just don't think that kind of thing will ever be broadly popular. I think it's also important. Like, this is like, even amongst the left community, I don't even think this is most people. This isn't even close to most people.
Well,
this is like
it's the loudest people. It's the loudest people,
yeah.
And then the people who support it will like their comments and push them up to the top, and then the people who aren't like fully on board with it or don't care are silent, and so it seems like there is no pushback. People need to like say, hey, you know what? I like Hasan, or hey, I like Destiny, but here are some of the like real legitimate criticisms of him that like we should listen to, right? Like I've said that about Destiny before and had some people get upsetty spaghetti at me, right? Or like when I was a Vosh semi-orbiter back in the day, I had some criticisms of Vosh, right? That lost me long-time viewers because it was like, listen, I'm all for listening to what he says, and I think that most of what he says is great, but like, there are some legitimate criticisms here that we should talk about, right? That he should take into consideration, and he won't unless people actually point it out to him from like a good faith point of view. It's like, no, you're just a Destiny orbiter, or, and they'll put you into a new box. So
I guess so. I don't know. Yeah, I just think that that's just not. And there's always going to be standards for rhetoric, and I think people should get canceled for certain things. Like obviously they're just some people that are fucking pieces of shit, and you don't want to interact with them, right? And that's always going to be a thing, right? But because conservatives will complain like, oh my god, I can't believe these fucking woke lib socialist communist Marxists fucking canceled me and got me fired. And it's like, oh really, Bob? Why'd that happen? And it's like, well, I did scream at a woman getting an abortion that she was a filthy N-word, and it was on tape. And it's like, well, yeah, you dumb fuck, fuck you, like you're a piece of shit, and I'm not sad for you that you got canceled, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're awful. There's certain people that are just so awful that I don't mind if people say I don't want to do business with you, which is essentially what is canceling, And so, but yeah, obviously the standards get a little crazy at a certain point, but that's kind of the whole point. Like, that's part of that's kind of the thing that Keffals is pointing out, right? Is that you got fucking, you've got people like Frogan that will cry on stream because Ethan Klein says, he's an Israeli, and the idea of a beheaded baby just makes him really emotional, especially given he has young kids. But then it's like she's over here supporting people making fun of a trans woman who's recovering from a cocaine addiction. Like, there's obviously no standard here, right? The only standard is just, do you like the guy that I like, right? But that's like amongst the most subjective of standards that you could fucking come up with. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's really fucking bullshit. But
I need to finish up some stuff to hopefully turn to YouTube videos. And I need to beat Flannery here, so I'm gonna jump out here. Any final memes here?
That's a good point. It's a good question, Sondsol. Any final memes? No. Biden 2024. And,
let's go.
Also Biden 2028 and 2032 and 36 and 40 and 44 and 48 as well. Biden presidency for the rest of his life.
I am astounded at your knowledge of the 4 table, the 4 times tables. All right, I love you, buddy.
All right, see you, bud.
Catch you, man. Bye. God Emperor Biden cannot be stopped. I think Trump was pretty mainstream. He was, but like we're talking more like along the lines of like internet blood sports. Like Trump did like some crazy shit, but he didn't quite get to that level, Hey, keep the fucking veggie in office. Hey, you know what, Nair? You know what? I'll take a fucking lump of fucking boiled fucking cabbage. Okay? I'll take a lump of boiled fucking cabbage in the Oval Office, as long as that boiled cabbage is really good at picking people around them that can pass legislation. What did our vegetable in office, what all has our boiled piece of cabbage in office, our vegetable, gotten done? Compare his legislative accomplishments versus, God Emperor Trump. Check the Frogan tweet. Let's see. How ironic. Stan culture needs to die. You don't have to blindly support every band member because you like their music. It's perfectly okay to hold those you like accountable, Lamau. He set himself up for his own actions. Bro, this was on Christmas Eve. And 2 days later, she got destroyed by Keffals. Yeah, I would say that's more mob boss like behavior, Tron, personally. Like Trump really does act and talk like a fucking mob boss. We just watched The Freshman on our way home from Dallas, and bro, I could see so much Trump in that fucking I can't remember the character's name. The toucan guy, the Billy the Toucan or whatever his fucking name was. I was like, man, this guy he walks, acts, even to a certain degree, has like some Trump physiognomy, Vegetable versus this.
I was very honored as a man Viktor Orban. Did anyone ever hear of him? He's probably like one of the strongest leaders anywhere in the world, and he's the leader of, right? He's the leader of Turkey. Fronts on both Russia. Yeah, you could sit down. We'll be here for a little while. We got plenty of time. What the hell? I'm very honored that you're all standing, but sit down. They'll be standing in a couple of minutes as soon as we say some of the things they like, because they're waiting. They're waiting for that. But Viktor Orban, and he's the head of Hungary, and he runs it tough. Let me tell you, he runs it properly. He runs it
properly. He runs it tough.
For the sake of making the response good, and to have my receipts and my evidence, on hand and well organized, I think it was probably for the best to wait a little bit.
Oh, shit.
Plus, I got to get really invested in the Minecraft.
I might use my mulligan to revive Lil Wang.
It's good to see you all, though. I really did miss streaming. I really did. The anxiety build up, Xander Hall. Do you have anxiety?
I'll have to think about that.
Why would you feel anxiety? Wait, why would you feel anxiety? You're not the one in the stressful situation. But I get it. I do. But I don't know. I do think it is a little funny that people in chat are experiencing it, But yeah, it's so good to see all of you. Hello there, Heavy Gretel. Balth, good to see you. Arthur's Jork. Njord, hello, hello.
Oh, shit. This is bad.
Yeah, Sevtech Ages is just amazing. Apologizing for pissing too loudly.
Please, die.
No,
Thank
something
you.
far worse. But hey, Holic Master, good to see you. For those who don't know, Holic Master's the one who literally performed that song you just heard, my theme song. The X in my name. That was Holic Master.
Oh my god,
Holic
can we
Master's
please
the lead
get
singer
to...
of Sweet Myths. Hey, Hash. Links are in the description. Yeah, it's not hard. Yeah, it's funny. If I did it in like a shark onesie or a dinosaur one, did $1 USD. Very thankful. I'm just curious why that number. Why? My backyard has become an open. No hummingbird feeders out yet, but. All right, Glorb, what you got?
Yes, another year's past.
A classic, if you will. I'm Mr. Background. Like just kind of lower so you can still hear me. Holiday season, and also, just getting proved, undebunked allegations that Keffals that I may forget to include here. I'm going to try to stick to just reading what I have written here, but if I see a claim or question that really needs to be answered in chat, I will for the sake of including it in the response. A lot has happened since this all started with me publicly burning the bridge with Keffals, but since that point, I basically completely allowed Keffals to control the narrative with her multitude of drama streams she's done about me, despite this being my first actual video about her through all of this. I will admit, however, and I think it's important to get to this as early on as possible, I made one big mistake in all of this that I absolutely have to take accountability for and apologize for with an explanation before we move on. Late into this drama, while I was receiving a massive amount of hate from both my and Keffals fans, one of my regular viewers commented something supportive of me, which mentioned at the time non-debunked allegations that Keffals was an abuser. I
Everyone remember
it,
that mulligan, so I don't forget.
Tweets not insulting me during all of this without researching the allegations myself. At this point, I'd heard of the allegations before a couple weeks prior, but forgot about them after thinking I'll just wait for her response. Me and Keffals were friends at the time. I was just like, I'll wait, I'll wait and see how she responds whenever I first heard about them. In response to my retweet of this person mentioning the allegations, Keffals would do a stream and thoroughly debunk them. Not only that, but Keffals proved, undoubtedly, she was in fact the victim in that situation, not the abuser. While I disagree with this framing that I made her relive her abuse by forcing her to debunk the allegations, I definitely made a big and hurtful mistake by retweeting that claim so flippantly. I've had similar things done to me, so I know how much it sucks to have people support your abuser who's engaging in public darvo against you. I truly am sorry to both Keffals and to all of you. I admit that while getting nonstop hate online, pretty much any comment backing me up was getting retweeted by me, and I really should have thought about it before signal boosting such serious allegations. I won't make any excuses for this behavior, but I will point out why I found this specific mistake I made getting so much negative attention a little ironic. So, for those that don't know why I got a little defensive, not really defensive, I kind of just slinked away and didn't immediately put out the apology, is because I guess the irony that I feel it would be remiss of me to point out is that Keffals has a habit of doing the same thing, but arguably worse. I don't think it's good when either
Oh yeah,
of us
meanwhile
do it.
he stealths people, which is legitimate.
This is Keffals talking about Destiny. And obviously what she's saying here is not true.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of rape.
Jeez.
Insane. Insane shit.
What is stealthing? Taking off the condom without telling your partner. And like, it's rape. It's basically just like stealthfully removing the condom. To be fair, she has apologized for this, but it is not the only example. She's also called Chudlogic a pedophile and called
I'd
Keemstar
consider
a
a
pedophile on
form of
Twitter
rape, yeah.
as recently as a couple days ago. Yeah, literally on Christmas Eve, she, on Twitter, replied to Keemstar, "I've always wanted to ratio a pedophile." Which, like, fuck Keemstar and everything, but also, can you see where, like, a little bit of my defensiveness came from with, like, okay, I definitely was in the wrong, but also, holy shit, you know? The fact that I like none of these people doesn't change that repeating or starting false allegations of a serious nature against them is not okay. I did the same to Keffals by retweeting that post, and while it is a little ironic, it doesn't change the fact that I engaged in one of the bad behaviors commonly practiced by the person I'm trying to argue against, and that disappoints me as well as you. It really upsets me that I did something so stupid and wrong, because besides that—
Okay, I'm sorry. This is so fucking boring. All right, I just had a package delivered. It is a Christmas present for my cats. So I'm going to go downstairs and I'm going to build that because I want to get, I want to build the thing for the cat. Okay, 1 minute meme.
To try and stop us from vanquishing them from power forever. As you know, crooked Joe Biden and the radical left thugs who have weaponized law enforcement to arrest their leading political opponent. They're leading by a lot, including Obama. I'll tell you what, you take a look at Obama and take a look at some of the things that he's done. This is the same thing. The country is very divided. And we did with Obama. We won an election that everyone said couldn't be won. We beat Hillary Clinton. Now, I used to call her Crooked Hillary. I'd say Crooked Hillary, but I took that name away from her. That was a great day. And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired, in no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and possible nuclear war. Just think of it. We would be in World War II very quickly if we're going to be relying on this man and far more devastating.
Trump is not the vegetable. Biden is the vegetable. Remember, as long as we keep on saying that, it remains true. Trump considers Haley for VP. As I say, hell no. Ooh, I'll watch that off stream. All right. I love you guys very much. You know what we're going to do? We're going to try and... Does he stream on Kick? Oh, look at that. Everyone, this is what we're going to do. We're going to send everyone over to J Stalk, okay? Hello? Type? Okay. I can't rate him on YouTube. So we'll just do the thing where we copy the link here for you YouTube viewers. Copy. No, it's a cat wheel package. Okay? We got a cat wheel for our cats because we're crazy cat people. All right. I love you guys very much. I'll catch you guys maybe tomorrow. But maybe not. Don't know. Anyways, love you guys. It's been a fun one.